Peace. Welcome to the True Weekend live stream. Hello, everybody. It's the Sunday live stream. How's it going? We decided to live stream today instead of yesterday. Complications, but also I thought, you know what? Everything is holistic. Everything happens for a reason. Good that we're live streaming today because today is Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day to all our mamas out there, whether you be a mama or waiting to be a mama or was a mama or is a mama to pets or kids or toys. Happy Mother's Day. This is pure mother energy today. Boy, oh boy, have we got a mother energy live stream for you.
Your mother.
Your mother. Hello, Tanya Brosnan. Hello, Amy Carmen. Hello, Kev. Corey Emerson. Teresa McGuire. Milks. Kikutu. Kravi. Carrie Fernandez. Kripa Pippa. Well, hello to you. Dorcia S. Terry says, hey, everyone. Liz M. Sultan Al Mansouri. Steph Velasquez. Debbie in the house. Stephanie M. Linda S. Tina SM. Monarch. Pumpkin Ziggy. Tina. Evian. Stephanie, Smurfette, Katie Scott, Kari, Esberg, hey Dacob, woohoo, I caught one in a long time. Finally, a live stream at a normal hour on the East Coast, you best believe. We're fluctuating. We're fluctuating days, fluctuating hours. Thumb up the live stream, you guys, really important. This is the Mother Energy live stream. Also, Irina van Ronkel, how's it going, sweetie? For all our rewatch crew, if you're watching this later on, hi Elijah Ramirez. Be sure to help out the Fashion Bunker by commenting down below the time code or, stamp when a topic begins with the title of the topic. That helps me later create the chapters for you. Hold on just a second. Okay, I'm just prompting Bubbles. Oh my God, Creepa Peepa. Oh my God, that's my Creepa Peepa. That's my Creepa Peepa. Oh my God, Kev, is that you? Fluctuating like our weights. I love it. You did the Creepa Peepa. Or is it Aish or Debbie? Creepa Peepa has our mask. Now I notice it, you guys, because in the chats it's tiny. Yes, it's my mask. It's the Creepa Peepa, the Dacob Creepa Peepa. Cinnamon Roll, how's it going? Erica with a K. Hey, Erica with a K. Furan, Kudo, Tanya Brosnan, Happy Mother's Day. Minnie Jeffrey, Kari, 99 watching and 42 likes. Like, what gives? Thumb up the live stream, you guys. It means the world to the channel and to the algorithm. Shifa Bukhari, how's it going, sweetie? Happy Mother's Day. Kev is like, nothing. Okay, Ophelia says, hello, Bunker family. Happy Mother's Day to all the moms. Happy Mother's Day, Ophelia. Debbie says, of course, Kev. Hey, Sigita Johansson, how's it going, sweetie? Hey, Evian. Hey, how's it going, Monarch? Boy, oh boy, so many lovely, we also have so many lovely ladies in the chats. We, of course, also have a ton of lovely gentlemen in the chats. But the Fashion Bunker is very, very much, filled with mother energy all the time. So there's a lot of ladies in the bunker. And, every day should be celebrated as Mother's Day, not just that one day of the year. Hello, Mahora. So I always say, in the Fashion Bunker, we celebrate our ladies every time we live stream. So it's not just, a once in a blue moon occasion to celebrate motherhood. No, absolutely not. It happens every single time we live stream. So it is beautiful to see all the lovely, lovely ladies in the chats. Kimberly Kidman, definitely Happy Mother's Day. Amy Carmen says, Happy Mother's Day to Mama Dacob. Mama Dacob is watching. In fact, Happy Mother's Day to my mom as well. She's watching. She's always watching. And also to all my friends, throughout all the years. This is going to be a very, very sentimental live stream. Of course, we're going to do our shady topics. We're going to do our fashion topics. I mean, there's the suation going on. There's going to be somebody spilling the tea on how it is to work for Chanel. There's going to be, and of course it's going to be, the tea. And then Kev sent another wonderful, Kev just sent them Polene, or I call it Polene. Polene, 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 Polene. Oh, don't you sell me back, because Polene has been apparently going after content creators that are criticizing it online. So there's that to talk about as well, courtesy of Kev. Our mother du jour, Barbie, is in the house as well. Creepa Peepa says, Happy Mother's Day, Super Mama Dacob. If you want to know what the Creepa Peepa is, you should go check out my Totally Dacob YouTube channel, on which we talk about pop culture, video games, TV shows, movies. We actually play video games. And I just showcased, I found a mask, a Halloween mask. Somebody literally copied my face. I don't know who did it. And I bought it because I was like so shocked back in 2018. And literally there's this creeper peeper you attach to the windows of your house on Halloween. And it looks like me. And I was like, whoa. What will go? So somebody ordered the Creepa Peepa, and now people are buying the Creepa Peepa. And there you go. There's a Creepa Peepa in the chats as well. So, Bubbles, are we all set up with this pizza? Yeah? Go? I think so. Okay. So let's begin. Hi, Lynn MW, Kari, Mona, Smurfette says, love your psycho post on Instagram. A boy's best friend is his mother. Love Norman Bates. Smurfette, thank you so much. Let me quickly just say this before we get to the first stop. So I went to Universal Studios Hollywood the other day, and I did a special 60th anniversary tour guide, and they let me go through the Norman Bates lot where Alfred Hitchcock shot Psycho. The Bates Motel is still standing there. Norman Bates' mother's house, Norma Bates, the Psycho house, is also still standing there, just like when Hitchcock was filming and as he left it. And so I took pictures, and they had an actor impersonating Norman Bates, and he was walking around with the dead body and everything. And I took scary, but I also created my own story, because I always thought, first of all, I always wanted to post Psycho and the ultimate story of mother's love and the child's love for the mother, Norman Bates and Norma Bates, on Mother's Day. I was like, I know it's a bit creepy, but this is Mother's Day. So I thought Psycho is a movie to watch on Mother's Day. But then I thought to myself, but Norman Bates doesn't really have a father. So in the story that I invented you can go check out my Instagram post, Super Dacob Backup, all spelled together. If you check it out, you're going to see my version of Psycho. So I go to the lot, and it's kind of like a book story. There's photos accompanying every chapter of this little story that I narrated. So I arrive to the lot, and I think like, oh, okay, wow, how cool to see where they shot Psycho. And then I realize, well, where are all my other people from the Universal Studios tour guide? They're all gone. I'm all alone there. Let me walk, throughout the premises, the motel. And then all of a sudden I notice somebody's spying on me through the window of the office, and that's Norman Bates. And I kind of freeze, and I think to myself, is Alfred Hitchcock here? Is he going to yell cut anytime soon? But then I realized, no, Alfred Hitchcock is not there. Norman Bates exits the office, starts looking at me. I freeze. I think, should I run? What should I do? Or should I run, or should I stay? Every time I watch a horror movie, I always yell at the bimbos, like, run for your life and don't trip on something. They always fall in a horror movie. They always fall when they're running away from the killer, and then it's always a problem, right? But I froze, and I said, I want to see how this person thinks. What are they going to do next? Then he exits the office. He enters the room, the adjacent motel room, where the character of Janet Leigh was, and he brings her out wrapped in plastic. I mean, oh my God. And I'm taking these selfies. I'm always photographing myself with him in the background. And then the revelation, right? So first it starts off as a tour, and then all of a sudden I'm alone there, travel back in time, and then there's a plot twist at the end of this story. First of all, I'm shocked, You should read it. I posted the whole thing. There's a plot twist. What's the plot twist? I'm not going to spoil it. You got to go check out my post. Oh, Amy, my love. Thank you so much. We got a mama here.
$50. So happy to catch a live stream today. My day is extra special now, smile.
Thank you so much, sweetie. Let's drive towards that tip, Amy. Let's drive to the Bates Motel on Mother's Day together. Let's hop on in the car. Hit it, Bubbles. Mm. Ooh, oh, that went. Boy, we arrived. We're already there. And so there's a plot twist. Go check out how the story ends between Norman Bates and yours truly on Super Dacob, Backup, all spelled together on Instagram. And now let's begin. Begin to begin, as they would say. First surprise of the day. We're doing Mother Energy.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
You guys, we got Romina, Rose May. I just want my ladies to be with me today.
Hi, everyone. Hi.
Listen, I just wanted to say, everybody go subscribe to Romina Rose May.
Oh, thank you.
Very, 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 very dear friend of mine and a wonderful, wonderful YouTuber. And Romina has been a little bit under the weather lately, so I thought on Mother's Day, no better moment. Oh, no, wait, hold on. iPad down, point up. Okay. Is this better for the microphone? Okay,
Can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, I don't know. Let me testing. Can we hear? Yeah, is it all good? Good? Talk.
Hello.
Yeah, good. We can hear. So I just thought to myself, hey, no better time than Mother's. And Romina is a mom of 2 bunnies.
I am. That's true. Crumble and crumble.
Yeah, so you see, Romina is a mom of 2 little bunny rabbits. And also, she's been a little bit under the weather lately. And I thought to myself, come on, let's send some love and support to this lovely, lovely mama. So there you go, everybody. Go subscribe to Romina Rose May's YouTube channel. And Liz M says, she is fabulous. I love her channel. Adita H says, yeah, I'm a rabbit mom too. Hey, Romina, she's so adorable, says Amy. The Nectarine Man says, our Celine Queen has entered the stream. I say Celine because I posted a picture of you with a Celine bag.
Because I was like, I know I really want to get a Celine bag, but I haven't gotten one yet.
So maybe it's a holistic thing. So right now, if you watch the stream, you're actually right next to me in a photo, and you have a Celine bag.
Okay.
That's why there was everything is holistic. Maybe this is a message that you should get a Celine bag.
I know, and I told you and Jessie which bag I might want as a secret, but
we don't reveal the secrets. But also, I want to say, Corey Emerson says my favorite pain sister, because Corey's going through a painful time as well. So
yeah, I'm thinking of you, and I got so many nice comments under my last video of people sharing their stories as well, and it was just heartwarming.
That was a beautiful video. Strangely, you know what I thought about that video? And I wrote you yesterday. Well, I sent you a voice clip. It's so fascinating how you managed to, make a video about pain, but also at the same time make a very relaxing, soothing, almost meditative video, which is such a bizarre feeling. It almost made me feel guilty for feeling so relaxed watching it because you were in pain, but you created something very new. And I think it's a genre now. Yeah.
For me, to be honest, it was so difficult this time around because usually when we go on holiday, we like to hike and do this and that. I could barely do anything, but I think you don't really see it in the video. So yeah, I think I managed to do it somehow.
I found it, and the landscapes. Oh my God! Because it was
like a different planet.
But it was so me. I mean, the whole thing, like when you went to the leper colony, the abandoned leper colony in the middle of this like Mars landscape, and there's just this abandoned building with graffiti, and there's a huge cross inside. Wow! I was like, oh my God, this is so me.
So beautiful. Yeah, and I love zombie towns. Wei doesn't like them at all.
I love zombie towns and this post-apocalyptic like vision of the future. Yeah. Like, I don't know. It just...
The film there.
I would have loved to be there. I would have... Every like shot every angle you filmed from, I was like, oh, I had an idea for a movie. Like every shot...
Exactly. It's the best film location. It's,
really, really gorgeous. And how are you feeling now?
Yeah, it's still the same, but I'm gonna hope it's gonna get better soon.
I mean, we're all thinking of you. sending you a lot
I
of
know.
love. And I know,
I felt the laugh.
and also Romina is right now having dinner with friends, you guys. So I've just kind of like penetrated and disrupted the whole.
I was like, okay, is there a surprise? Is there a surprise? Do you want to tell us something?
No, I just wanted to share love. No, it's just Mother's Day. I just want to call you.
Okay.
The surprise is basically saying to everybody who's watching me, hey, go follow Romina. And she's alive. Okay.
Yeah, if Jessie would have been awake now, she's obviously a mother of a cat as well. So that would have been.
I asked her, but you know what? Maybe she's going to also wake up throughout the live stream or something, and maybe.
Would be another nice surprise.
Yeah. She said she has a free day today to do something special. Yeah. We can't reveal what.
Can't reveal what, but it's awesome.
It's
I
very.
Can't wait to hear her messages.
So I think she's not really online at the moment because, like, she is in her Disneyland at the moment. So
in the zone.
Actually, what time is it in Australia now?
I think it should be 9 or 8 in the morning.
No.
No.
No. It has to. Really? No, in the evening maybe.
Yeah, it's 8. No, it's 9 in the evening here. So for Jessie, it's yeah.
Oh, so it's Monday for her.
For her, it's Monday morning.
Oh my gosh! So, yeah, maybe she's heading towards Disneyland.
Yeah. I'm sure she is.
Oh my God, this is so exciting. Okay, well maybe she'll see the message later and then I get to call her as well. But I don't want to take much of your time. Is there anything you want to tell the world, now that you won this prize? Dacob called you on Mother's Day. Dacob called you on you won the award.
Thank you. No, just that I love everybody so much, and honestly, all the comments helped me, and people sharing their story, and like I felt I'm not alone in this. So many people are going through chronic pain. So many people are losing friends and sharing their stories of how to deal with it. It was beautiful. It was just beautiful all around.
Isn't it amazing how we all go through the same shit? Actually,
yeah.
I mean, in different
stages.
No, yeah, in different stages, different times in our lives, but like.
Yeah.
I feel personally it's so good to manage to share the vulnerabilities with others because first of all, it makes you realize, okay, you're not the only one going through shit. So like, you kind of sober up a little bit and you go, okay, woe is me. We're all suffering. Yeah. But then you also get to share your pain with others. And when you share your pain with others, it becomes more bearable. And we are a community. We're social creatures and we carry the load of our fellow human beings. When our fellow human beings open up and share with us, we automatically go into that mother energy mode and we automatically click and tap into that other person and we start feeling that empathy and then we start carrying that load with them. And I think that's a beautiful thing that human beings have as
exactly.
We were just talking last week. I don't know if you skipped that live stream, probably because you were busy, but about crows, the birds, and how they have this wonderful capability. They're one of the rare birds that actually share their memory with their family, and they take care of each other. And so, for example, if the mama crow and the papa crow, they got to leave the little babies for a second, their aunts and uncles step in to take care of the babies.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
They're so advanced and they have the minds of 7-year-old kids. Like they're so advanced. They memorize faces. They hold grudges, but they can also help you if they like you. Like humans can interact with them. And, if you give them a little treat, a little food, they say thank you by bringing you, a dead rabbit. Oh, no. No, actually, a rabbit is a little bit too big for the crow, but a little mouse. They might bring you a mouse to say thank you. And so...
And I mean, so there's already over 300 comments under that video and people sharing their stories. And it's not only helpful for me, it's like for anybody who reads through the comments, right? So it's a great community that we have.
But definitely. And that's why I'm telling you that video is really, I think you're onto something like a new genre because it's healing to listen to, even though what you're sharing is painful. And also what I like about how you delivered that pain of not just your physical issues that you're going through at the moment, but also losing your friends, like childhood friends. You didn't go too much into detail about it, which is really good because you left that door open for everybody to also, well, I hate saying it, but it was relatable because you left it vague enough so that everybody could project themselves into the story and envision themselves going through similar issues. So it was very healing because it made other people not feel alone. So you were feeling,
to be honest, I've been thinking about this so much, and like even if like in 10 years' time, I had let's say I haven't heard anything from those people for the next 10 years, and they would something bad would happen to them, they would say, "Oh, Romina, I really need I know I would still be there." So I even feel like I leave it open to them. I don't know if they ever hear this live stream, but I don't know. It's just...
Yeah, it's a very elegant... No, you did it perfectly because you're also leaving it out. First of all, you still love them. You can't stop loving them. I know with the friends that I've lost, they just like cut me out of their lives. I still dream about them sometimes. I miss them. I didn't even get a chance to get closure with some of these people. And I believe truly in my heart, if they were to call me, even 10 years later and be like, "Hey, Dacob, like I have some trouble or I miss you," I would, as angry as I am and as hurt as I am and as sad as I am for how they treated me and abandoned me, I would still not have the heart to not reply to them. I would still be there for them. And I feel that's the same for you. And that, my dear, that's mother energy.
Oh,
that right there. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, thanks, Dacob. And I always say it, like, you're more than a friend. You're my YouTube family. You and
family,
Jessie.
yes. And we did meet up, you guys. We actually met up, Romina and I, and then also Jessie and I. So I'm kind of the missing link because Jessie's in Australia, obviously. So we couldn't all three of us meet together because it was really difficult to get to Australia for Romina, especially back then in 2022 when like the lockdowns just started opening up and travel was still crazy expensive and complicated. So
requirements and everything that was happening.
Right. It was really messy. But I think now we're working on it, you guys. It would be nice. All three of us. Yeah, we're all dreaming about meeting up one day. All three of us together in one spot. I mean, who knows? One can dream, right?
No, it's definitely going to happen. It's just planning, not dreaming. It's planning.
Yeah, it's all about the planning. And then we're going to figure it out, Romina helps me defeat my agoraphobia because she always films outside and I hate it. And then she's like, "Come on, Dale, let's do it." So,
and just push her into the situation.
Exactly. And I help her, I push her into this right now. She's like, "Oh my God, no, I don't want to do live stream." I'm like, "Come on."
No, Jacob, don't do this to me. I get so nervous about live streaming. And you're like, "Nah, come."
And you see, it's all good, all easy. Everybody's loving you. Moonstruck just says, "Love Romina, wishing her the best and well-being. She's so sweet." Oh, Aisha says, "Wishing you all the best, Romina." Cinnamon Roll says, "I never lost a friend, but I do understand." Heaven says, "I'm always the one to go to them and say sorry, even if it wasn't me." Ooh, Heaven, you got to work on that, girl. Oh, Kripa Pipa is asking, "Are you and Romina going to New York for the luxury YouTube meetup?" Oh my God, the shade. Okay, somebody wants us to throw shade. Do you know that some of them are...
I know. I know. Mm-hmm. Oh, that meetup.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
I don't think we're welcome there.
Oh, honey, I don't think... I don't think... I don't think most of them could handle us.
No, but I'm actually thinking of going to New York again, like soon as I'm better and I can travel again. Would be nice to see you there.
Oh, wait. So should we do the counter meetup?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, because
I'm going once a year anyway. Like that's our tradition. I just need New York once a year. I need Joey's Pizza once a year. Magnolia cupcakes.
Yeah. Oh, I hear ya. But also, you know what you should try? Wait, do you? I forgot. You eat everything, right? Like milk and eggs.
I eat everything. Yeah.
Okay, you gotta go to one of the Jewish delis. There's a lot of them in New York, and you gotta get one of those Jewish bagels with egg salad.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, New York egg salad bagel. That's the thing.
Let's both meet up in New York, then you can show me.
Yeah, that would be amazing, definitely. And then we got to go to the pizzeria where Madonna used to hang out when she was shooting erotica back in the 90s.
Yeah.
They're so proud of it. They have photos of her.
I think we would come back with like 20 vlogs.
Well, you would. I would be a little bit too shy. Yeah, you would. I would be like, I just went, it was so difficult. Like, I went to Universal Studios the other day. I was supposed to live stream from there. Way too many people. Anxiety attack. And, but I did shoot some videos, like a shot being at Universal. But like most of the time, are
you allowed to film there?
Yes.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
You can film everywhere when you're over there. But the thing is, I was like trying to, because all the people surrounding me and pushing and shoving, and it was a lot, right? Yeah. And plus on that day, apparently there was a graduation celebration. So all the schools in California got their special, all these like horny little hormonal kids that were stinky were running all over the place. And I was just like this, like paralyzed. And I'm like, okay, Dacob, you have to focus and try to smile for the camera because you look like completely like you don't look approachable. So I had to force myself to smile like, So that vlog is going to be awkward.
Though. I think that would have been amazing content.
Well, it's all been filmed. It's, I think, 3 or 4 hours of material. It has to be, nice. And shot in 360-degree camera.
Oh, nice.
So it's
the same
everywhere.
Camera you go to Australia?
Exactly, the same one. It's interesting, but at the same time, I look like totally out of place. But whatever, it is what it is. Slowly opening up to the vlogging thing.
I can't wait to see some of the footage.
So it's going to be, funny. I mean, but I thought about you because I went to, for the first time ever, they opened a year ago, but now it was my first time ever going to the Super Mario World, and I played the video game. The Bowser Mario Kart video game where they put these helmets on you and you got to shoot with a BB gun. I mean, and you got to direct you're literally driving the Mario Kart.
Okay.
And I was like, Romina would do this. I'm not good at that. Because you guys, if you don't know, Romina is a professional gamer.
Oh, yeah. I'm a gamer. Big time.
Because they have no clue. Some people are like, wait a minute. Really?
I did mention it here and there sometimes throughout my videos, but I think most people are still shocked when I say it.
I was thinking about you yesterday because I'm like, 2 days ago, I was like, maybe Romina could play this game better. But for me, I was like sensory overload. I always have sensory overload anyway. So for me, when you put this helmet on, everywhere you look in Bowser's castle, there's characters, and you got to shoot at them and play with them while you're driving the car, and you're directing your car, so you can make mistakes, like start twirling around if you don't do the curve properly, and total sensory overload.
Sounds fun.
I think you would have nailed it. You would probably win the biggest scores because then when you exit the ride, there's a big panel. And it shows like who's the winner, who got the biggest score.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, if I do something, if I play a game, I want to win.
Yeah, you're competitive. I know.
I'm competitive.
You guys, if Romina comes to visit, she's going to be like, okay, Dacob, we did the ride once. Let me stand in line again. I got to do this again. I got to do this like a total addict. And I'm like, Romina, it's 45 minutes wait time. Doesn't matter. I got to do better. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna need to get the VIP pass.
My little nieces and nephews, they're still kids, and I still always, when I play games with them, obviously I need to let them win, but I feel like I can't. I'm too competitive.
Oh my, really? You win against your little nieces and nephews?
I try to let them win too sometimes.
Good.
Yeah, that's the level. That's the level of competitive competition.
She's like looking at the tiny kid, looking at the kid, and in her mind, she's like, "You don't stand a chance against me."
Yeah, it's not the best character trait, but
well, you are Slytherin after all.
Yeah. After all, it comes through sometimes, even if you don't want to.
Oh, man. How are you doing right now? Are you okay?
I'm okay. I have friends over. They brought a lot of cake to cheer me up. That's
so
nice.
I'm going to let you go and celebrate time with your friends. I'm glad that they're cheering you up on Mother's Day. So have a wonderful dinner with them. And send my love to them and my apologies for having extrapolated you out of the dinner for a couple of minutes. I hope they won't be too upset.
No, of course not. They're going to watch it later, probably back.
Oh, man. Well, thank you so much, Romina, for calling in or for letting me call you. And you guys go subscribe to Romina Rose May on YouTube on this, a Mother's Day. Bye, sweetie. Take care. Bye. Love ya. Bye. So that was a little surprise moment just to begin our live stream. Of course, I want to celebrate our ladies here in the Fashion Bunker. Oh, Teresa McGuire. Thank you so much, sweetie.
Teresa McGuire donated $75. Enjoying the stream today. Just what I needed for Mother's Day. Been having a lot of bad chronic pain from multiple sclerosis, so haven't been sleeping well. Watching you always cheers me up.
Terry, thank you so much, sweetie. I hope you feel better, at least today, that the pain is just kind of dissipating because your mind can go off of it for a second and you can just have fun with us blabbering on about stuff. You know what I mean? That's all we got. What else do you have? Nothing. We can talk about stuff, have fun about stuff, and share some good moments together. So, hey, let's head on towards the tip, baby. Hit it, Terry Bubbles. Oh, yes. Oh, I got bumped in the tush. Terry, that was a quickie, but a goodie. Happy Mother's Day, everybody. So we do have fun topics to talk about today. And but of course, before we get to the topics, I do still have... A tip was missed from earlier? No, that was Terry's tip. Which tip did we miss? Debbie says we missed a tip. Hold on, you guys. I don't want to miss a tip. We'll go. Which tip did we miss, y'all? You saw one too? From Amy? Well, no, we did Amy's tip. Yeah, we popped the cherry for Amy, Debbie. Yeah, Amy, so happy to catch a live stream today. My day is extra special now. That's Amy at the beginning of the live stream. All right. And now we have another wonderful moment of celebration for our ladies, and it's Mother's Day. So I'm going to call another person. Yes. Aish, are you ready? I'm calling. And this is going to be a lovely little moment because we're also going to talk about... Aish, are you there?
Hello.
Oh, hello, Aish. Aish,
Hi.
how's it going? How's it going, sweetie?
Good. All good. Hi, everyone. Hope everyone's okay. Happy Mother's Day.
Happy Mother's Day. And just for the record, you guys, Aish is a dear friend of mine and also one of our wonderful mods in the Fashion Bunker. This is Aish. Okay, she looks like she's in a ravaged scenario, but there's a reason why Aish is in this particular setting. So we're celebrating Mother's Day today, but we're also celebrating the creativity of our wonderful ladies in the Fashion Bunker. And in fact, Aish is a published author, book author, and she has just published her second book. She does research on artists, and in particular, well, for now, she's expanding... Oh, Cookie Monster. Thank you so much, sweetie.
Cookie Monster 75 donated $10. Happy Mother's Day, everyone. I have the flu, but I'm lucky my mom's here to help me.
Oh, thank you so much, sweetie. Well, Aish, let's drive this tip together.
Ooh.
Let's drive it together. Hit it, Bubbles. Drive the tip. Blow. Yes, we did it, Joe. So Aish has thus far published 2 books on female artists, some of them kind of forgotten, and she wants to reawaken awareness about these wonderful women. But I have a sneaky suspicion she also has male artists waiting to be talked about in her future books. Just my suspicion. Possibly. But for today, she has just released a couple of weeks ago her second book, Let Me Cue In, so you get to see it. The cover, there it is, a wild and beautiful art, the life of Joan Erdley, written and illustrated by Aisha Ahmed. And today, she's here with us to talk a little bit about the book. And you can get the book on Amazon, you guys. Where else can they get the book?
So the book's available on any online retail bookstore. So I don't know which country everybody's in, but you can get it from Amazon, Waterstones, WH Smith, also available online at Shakespeare & Co. So, just for a little Chanel blessing. So it's available in France. So you can buy it from most places.
And where can they find you on social media?
Okay, so you can follow me on Aisha A on Instagram, and that's like my general page. And then I also have another page which is at Joan Erdley Book, which will take you through some of the illustrations and the processes that I went through to put the book together. And I also have another page, very hard to manage all of these, which is at Madge Gill Book. So you can have a look at all of the books on there and find out what they're all about.
Jacob says, that's beautiful, Aish. Creepa Peepa wants to know, can I get it at Barnes & Noble?
If they've got online, they possibly will have it there. So have a look. But you can get it online from somewhere. It's even on sale on eBay, brand new copies as well. So quite easy to get hold of, I think.
Amy Carmen says, her book, yes. Debbie says, she birthed a new book. Zara Justina is sending you hearts. Book Mama, says Debbie. Teresa McGuire says, Happy Mother's Day, Aish. Yana Clark says, Aisha, such a lovely voice. Heaven says, oh, cool, Aish. Crybaby Uzagi sending hearts. Debbie sending bacon and bread. Amy says, congratulations, Aish.
Thanks, Deb.
Jacob says, that's beautiful, Aish. Heaven says, oh, wow, I just looked this artist up. What an interesting artist and work. And also, can we go through a couple of the pictures that you sent me together?
Oh, yeah.
And why don't you tell us quickly about this wonderful woman? Again, Mother Energy. Today's Mother's Day, you guys. All the ladies get highlighted. Joan Erdley. Yeah. Now, Joan was a particular character, wasn't she?
Yes, she was, obviously she was an absolutely amazing artist. And she was one of those people that was very true to herself. At a time when women were supposed to be meek and mild and have dinner on the table for the husbands and keep house, Joan didn't care about any of that. What she loved first and foremost was her artwork and the subjects that she painted, which were often... not... so she painted things like the impoverished children of Glasgow in the 1950s, and she was also a painter of storms. So she was not a meek, mild woman, not that there's anything wrong with that. But she was a very, very unique character. And in fact, she, you could almost say she lived like a man. So she wore men's clothing. She kind of dressed like a man. And she was, she didn't conform to societal norms of what a woman, in inverted commas, was supposed to be during those times. She's the kind of person that each and every single person here would absolutely love and adore. She'd be part of the Bunker fam, 100%.
And she was and she was also a lesbian, right?
Yes, she was. Yeah. And that's something that I have touched on in the book, obviously. These things don't actually matter in a way, but they also do matter. So I wanted to bring that into the book. Didn't make a big deal of it, but obviously she was a lesbian. She had relationships with women. And at that time, it was really not the done thing, but Joan lived her life the way that she wanted to.
Linda says she was smart. Men's clothes are so much cheaper.
Yeah. So she was a very special person to me. anyway. And I just wanted to share her story with everyone. Good way to remember when she was born. So she was born in 1921, the year that Chanel No. 5 was released. So she has her centenary on that same year as No. 5, which I think is really nice. And it's her birthday soon. She was a Taurus, and it's her birthday on the 18th of May.
Here we have a picture from the book. I'm showing them randomly. They're not in chronological order, you guys. Here's an interesting one. Of course, all of these illustrations and texts are made by Aish. So we have a picture of Joan Pat Piglet, 1931, and the family, Joan Pat Mum and Dad.
Yeah. So the book is meant to resemble an old photograph album. You know, imagine you're at an antiques fair and you're just looking through some old photograph albums, and you come across this one, and you look through the book and you can see all of the photographs that kind of touch on the different parts of her life and tell the story. What I wanted to do with this book was make it accessible for everybody. So if you're not somebody that wants to sit down and read a huge textbook about Joan Erdler, but you want to know about her, you can get the picture quite literally in this book by going through the various stages of her life. And you can get like the whole story, if you like. And even if you weren't the best at reading or understanding certain art terms, you should be able to follow it through the pictures.
Audrey Jane says, I have this book and it's an absolute joy. Thoughtful illustrations and context to a wonderful artist. Debbie says it's a beautiful book. And I just love how this, personally for me, right? Forget about Joan Early for a second, but like the evolution of Aish, the artist, from the Madge Gill book to the biographical book on Madge Gill as an artist, that was Aish's first book, to the second book now with Joan Early. Like the depth of your drawings have just matured so much more. There's like so much more depth and detail and intention behind all of the illustrations, drawings, paintings, sketches. Look at this gorgeous. I don't know if you're watching also the stream while you're talking to me, but I just flipped to the next image, which is the tombstone, Captain William Eardley. And look at the depth, you guys. Look at just that little pond or little lake or that little bit of water that's next to it. And then that tree that has just a couple of leaves left on it, and that sun, or is it a moon at the top, and it's as gray as the clouds are. But then there's like that blue sky in the background. There's just so much depth in this drawing. And all the flowers and the greenery and the plants and the dying, withering, what are those poppies behind the ladies. It's just, you feel like you're really there. You feel the textures. You can kind of almost smell the air. Very, very, very beautiful. And of course, you have a little bit of Chanel inspiration there with that coat.
Well, I will say, there are a lot of Easter eggs in this book, but also all of the clothing and everything is historically accurate. And for example, of the one where it's the little where she's with a family when she's younger, you can tell that those jumpers are handmade. That's how I wanted it to look. You can tell that their clothes are kind of handmade at that stage. Joan came from quite a well-to-do family, so you will notice the different types of clothing that's worn throughout the book. So this one, again, historically accurate. You could literally, the Art Deco lamp in the background. I looked up what an Art Deco lamp in 1939 looked like.
The one on the mantle? This one?
Yeah.
Oh, no, this one here.
Yes.
And what's this little thing?
So that's a lamp, a wall lamp. Again, so that's the Art Deco one of the figure leaning backwards. But I looked all these up for 1939. And these are all historically accurate. But the other thing I wanted to do, because obviously, we all love fashion, was to put some really beautiful clothing into it. So that's her sister Pat, and in the pink dress, and that's her mum. and but you can tell that Joan's wearing a homemade, home knitted jumper, slightly hinting at the fishermen's jumpers, where they all had like their own unique weave and their own unique design in them. It isn't quite one of them, but it's kind of hinting towards it to give you an idea of Joan's her personality in a way. And the map that they're looking at, as you can see, I've written all of the letters on there, and that was kind of inspired by my diptyque candles.
Oh.
You know, like like the way that they have the writing on the candles. And I thought, oh, well, if it's okay for diptyque to write it like that, so I just did do. So there are lots of little bits and pieces in here that you could kind of look further into if you were in discussion with the author. So
I wonder where the author is right now.
I know.
Who's the?
Get hold of
Who's
her.
the? We need to get a hold of the author. So what I find, let's go back to the other picture quickly. What I find really, I love the detail-oriented aspect of the author, whoever she may be. Here that like even this detail at the end of the picture here at the bottom is not left to chance. It's not like, oh, whatever. It's the corner edge of the picture, not corner, but it's the edge of the picture. Whatever. I can slack a little. No, look at this little handle. And look at the shading underneath. It's like till the bitter end. She did it, Joe. She did not let go of everything. Like there's no lazy moment in any of these pictures. You know, there's nothing lazy. Nothing. Every single detail, even here on the little mantle. Look at that. Look, even here at the end. Look here. Look right there. She did not just leave that untouched. She actually went there all the way. Let me go to the next picture. Check this out. So this is, we got Italy and Paris here. And
sorry. I was just going to say, you can probably tell the year of the, what year she was in Italy if you look at the lady, the very stylish lady in the background, who's wearing a particular design. That
we got a little Dior moment there. Isn't that the new look? We got a little new look moment. So this is 1947.
Yeah. Yes. Exactly. Mm-hmm. So again, we have these little Easter eggs in here. I mean, this particular illustration probably took me about 4 years. I was
4 years.
Probably
Wow.
Start to finish. Yeah. I mean, trying to get it right. It's actually based off a Joan Erdely photograph. And I was trying to work out, you see the little taxi in the background and the guy walking off and the veranda and everything.
Back there, yeah.
Working on getting that perspective and getting that building right, and and just getting her the mood right, and to make it look like it was just a photograph that was taken that has now been put into a photograph album. And she's just everything, even down to the way that I've written Italy on that card, the way that I've written Paris on the next one, it's all been trying to bring that ambience of that era and the style and the fashion and just all those beautiful little bits that we look at and we think, oh, I love that, and I don't really know why.
Yeah, it's the movement for me, which is something I didn't notice as much in the Madge Gill book, but here you're working more with movement. You're falling more into a comfortable space with yourself, so you're kind of allowing yourself to move. Look how she, guys, look how she did the movement. We got the tower and the train is moving. And so we got the little dangly little pull thing here, which is also kind of shaking from the movement. And then we have here this slight distortion. It's unfocused right here as the train is passing by. So the whole landscape slightly shifts. That's what I'm talking about. That's what makes this thing so deep, because there's that detail there. Well done, Aish.
Yeah.
Look at you go, girl. Let me show you the next picture. So all these pictures are, of course, copyright of Aisha Ahmed, but she did allow us to use them, right, Aish?
Yes, full permission.
There you go. Look at this gorgeous little compilation of like postcards.
Oh, absolutely loved doing this one. So Joan won an award of £200 in I think 1947, and this money enabled her to go on tour around France and Italy, and these are all the places that she visited. So I thought rather than writing them all in the book, I would have a go at making these little postcards. And the one on the top right where it's Padua, I was kind of like doing a bit of a Prada.
Oh my God. You pulled a Prada on Padova. Okay.
I know. So another tiny little Easter egg in there. But
I mean, Padova is not that far away from Milan, and Prada is in Milan. So Padova is relatively close to Milan, yeah.
Oh, yeah. So I just thought this would be a nice way. You know, when we're trying to learn about artists, or we want to learn about artists, and it's things like this that kind of like bring it to life and make it a little bit more.
Oh, Aish, sorry for interrupting you. Business idea. Kravi just said, oh, I totally want the magnet versions of this. You know what you could do? You could literally, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of them. You could literally make 9 magnets of this to sell separately.
Ooh, or one magnet of the whole thing.
Yeah, or separate ones, even better.
Yeah. Well, plenty of ideas. That would be so nice as a magnet, actually.
Yeah, really, really cute.
Another little Easter egg on this one, you will find this pin board in another illustration later on the wall. So a few little things to look out for when you're going through the book. You'll be like, oh, there's postcards on the wall.
Oh, I see what you mean. Let's see. What's the next picture?
Yeah. What else there is?
There it is. There it is. There it is. The postcards on the wall in the back. There they are. Easter egg.
Yeah. So again, this is off a photograph that I have taken and I've added my own things to. You know, like I said, she won that £200 and she went on that tour of Europe. So that little picture at the bottom on the right is the prize-winning portrait. So I thought I would put that in there. But just about these children in Glasgow in the 1950s, they're extremely poor, and
here we can see the torn dress here.
Yeah, and they used to be models for her, and I'll just read you a little section of the book, of a little bit of the book if you've got time. So if they were not modeling for her, she would give them paper to draw on to keep them occupied, or they would read the comics that Joan kept at the studio, passed on from her sister's children. As a reward for being her models, the children would often be given a piece, in inverted commas, which was usually a chunk of cheese and treacle, or a few pennies with which they would run straight to the sweetie shop. Joan cared for the children immensely, and one year she threw a Christmas party for them, selling one of her paintings to fund it. The children didn't need much encouragement to become subjects. They would come up to the stairs to the studio, knock on the door and ask, "Will you paint me?" I get dead emotional when I read it because it's just so lovely. And, you know, they'd really enjoy being in the studio there with her because she had like a gas stove and it was really kind of cozy for them. So I just hope that these children had some of those moments of warmth and happiness and art, of course, you know. But yeah, I kind of get choked up when I think about them and I think about, you know, how important Joan was to them because, you know, people would throw stones at her in the street. People would shout horrible names at her. And she didn't retaliate. She would just kind of carry on. She didn't want to cause any trouble. But the children, they saw all of this happening and they just still wanted to be her friend. So, you know, it's quite moving, really. And when she died, they would still go up and be knocking on the door and somebody had to tell them that she'd died. So,
and why would people on the street be yelling at her or shouting at her, calling her names?
So she was quite a character. She was extremely tall. very well built. She kind of, as I said before, she wore men's clothing. She wasn't like a manicured kind of person. She was just an absolute individual. But in those days, that wasn't really seen as the done thing. However, later on in the book, when she goes to Cataline, which was a coastal village in Scotland, the fishermen actually befriended her and respected her a lot, which means a lot. Like the fishermen in the 1950s in Scotland, you know, they wouldn't have had a woman down there painting on the shore, but they all looked after her, and she was very accepted when she moved to Cataline, which is the place where she was painting the storms.
Heaven says, I love that you're using your own art to discuss another artist's work. And Lynn says, I'm born and raised in Glasgow, and I've heard stories from older relatives like this. So true how poor they were.
Oh, Lynn, that is very interesting. Yeah, they were extremely hard times. I mean, like absolute poverty, you know. However, onto a bit of a more happier subject. So a lot of the photographs of Joan, which are at the back of the book, are actually, I've taken them and made them into illustrations. So this is a photograph of her love, Audrey Walker. As I mentioned, she was a lesbian, and she had a relationship with Audrey Walker for a number of years. In fact, Audrey was there when she died. But these were some of the happy days for Joan. These were the nice times of her life. And I've just tried to show how lovely it was for her. Now, this drawing on the right-hand side, there's a place called the Willow Tea Rooms in Glasgow, which is Charles Rennie Mackintosh designed the interior. It was all very Art Nouveau. This is taken from an old photograph of two women in the Willow Cafe, but I've just changed them and made them into Joan and Audrey. One thing I will say, I've tried to keep Joan in similarish clothes throughout this, so you might see that Audrey's like a little bit more glamorous.
Yeah, with the buttons, yeah.
Yeah.
This is Audrey, and this is Joan.
Yeah, and Joan is the homemade jumpers and the very, very earthy, very to her roots. So just to mention that, and obviously Willow Tea Rooms is another little Easter egg in the book. So
yeah, and you have also the camellias here, I see.
Yeah,
look at that. Look at the camellias appearing. And I love the detail on this tablecloth. Oh my gosh! It's look at the transparency. You can see through it here. It's almost a tactile experience seeing a beautiful. Yeah. And I love. Are these camellias or roses? They look like roses, but they could be camellias.
So the camellias are in the background, and there is a camellia coming up soon on a Chanel suit.
No, right. No, but what is this? What are these?
They are actual Mackintosh roses.
Mackintosh roses, baby.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Yeah, another Easter egg that I'd forgotten about, but yeah, they're the Mackintosh roses. So it's all very Glasgow at this stage.
And I love this kind of mauve touch to the walls and like a lilac-y mauve vibe. Beautiful.
Yeah. Yeah.
Beautiful. And I love how you did the sky here and the clouds and this tree kind of just fading into the landscape. Again, movement. And look at all the detail here and all the plants growing. The whole field is alive. And plus, I think it's a genius move to add the cloth here, hanging and just like above her and just weighing in the wind. It's almost as if they broke loose off of something and are just flying away in the distance, because usually they're never that tall. They're usually on the lower down, but you made them very wonderful composition. Seriously, really, really gorgeous. Let me see the next one. What's got next picture? A Wild and Beautiful Heart, Joan Ardley, 1921, 1963. So I think this is the last one, actually. We do have still two, but they're not all in chronological order, like I said.
Yeah. So this is the last page. Just to ruin it for everyone, but
spoiler alert.
Yeah, sorry, that's what I meant to say, spoiler alert. But this is the last page, and what I will say is that is Joan's paintbrush watercolor set. Those are the keys to a Vespa. I have a little what do I call that plant underneath? I can't remember now.
Wheat
sheet. Yeah, the wheat, which was drawn from an original piece of wheat that Audrey sent to me. And the drawings, every single drawing that's in this book that's by Joan Erdley, you will find that as a real drawing.
Yeah.
So I've copied them, but this isn't just like gibberish. These are actual, drawings that she did. And in this last one, I just kind of wanted to give it a sense of peace, but also like her spirit flying off to the sea.
Yeah, I know those curtains flying in the wind are beautiful. Texture, again, the texture and the vibe and the mood and the sadness and of just leaving something little behind, but precious. Little trinkets, little something that means the world to one person, but doesn't mean anything to anybody else unless somebody like you comes along and makes a book about it and again gives value and memory to something that otherwise would have been forgotten. So you're doing incredible work here because you're bringing back to life a memory of something precious and delicate. There she is, our baby, Aish, the mother.
Yes, that's me.
Yes, that's she, ladies and gentlemen, she.
Yeah, and the reason why I chose that painting, because I am a painter as well, is because this is a work that I was, when I was trying to work Joan Erdley out in a way, and when I was trying to get some of the feeling of Joan Erdley, I did this painting, which is a little bit of a copy of one of her paintings, but there's quite a thing to apply the paint with that kind of passion, with those kind of strokes and everything. So it was just a painting that I did ages ago because I wanted something like one of her artworks on my wall. So so I did that, and then
but it's similar, but it's like when we were kids, when you and I talk and it's about like, okay, and you're young, you don't have the money, but you love the designs. Back in the 90s, Gautier and Christian Lacroix. And then you would create your own mood boards. You buy a Vogue or a fashion magazine, and then you cut out the photo of the accessory or of the outfit that you like, and then you put it on your mood board on your wall, or we would make little notebooks where we would glue stuff in them. And this is kind of the artist version of that. It's kind of the grown-up version of clipboards, except you're painting your own. You're painting your own version of Joan Erdley, and you're painting your own version of what you would like to have from her, but either can't afford or can't find because it's in somebody else's collection. So you paint it yourself. So I think it's literally nothing has changed since we were little. We're just more sophisticated now in many ways and more ratchet in other ways, but we just found other ways to kind of still maintain that childlike, curiosity that we have inside of us. And we managed to keep it alive, to keep that spark alive by creating the way that you're creating right now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's an obsession. It's, it's like Maggie Hambling said a great thing, which was that the subject finds the artist.
Always.
Not the other way around.
Always. I completely concur.
Yeah.
And this is why also David Lynch always talks about, he talks about transcendental meditation, and not everybody's into it necessarily, nor does everybody have to be into it. But he does talk about tapping into that deeper subconscious levels out of which he calls it like fishing for the big fish. He's like, you don't get to catch the big fish. The big fish comes to you. But you have to be ready to receive it.
I like that. Yeah.
And that's why the meditation, his particular type that he professes, the transcendental meditation, he says you have to be receptive to it. When you're receptive to it, it comes to you. And that's when the art piece comes to you. The idea for a movie comes to you. The idea for a poem comes to you. You have to be open. In other words, and also you have to have a little something called emotional intelligence.
Yeah. Well, yes, I totally agree. I think the same with Madge Gill. She kind of came to me and grabbed me. And the reason why I want people to know about these amazing women is just to kind of make everyone feel all right, in a way.
Mm-hmm.
You know, to
Mm-hmm.
say, like, look at Joan Erdley, look at what she did. And also, you know, just do what feels right for you, even if, particularly with artwork and things like that. You know what? Just go for it. Do it. When I saw her artwork in real life, it's like, oh my God, Aisha. It's like, you don't have to be perfect. You know, you don't have to make everything perfect and manicured, and you don't have to be able to draw this and draw that. It's just like, just go for it. Express yourself and enjoy yourself whilst creating art. So that was kind of one of the reasons. And of course, not many people know about Joan Erdley. I wanted to share her story with everyone. And instead of saying, oh, here's a list of books to read, it's like, I've read all the books, so you don't have to. And I've put it all into one book so that you guys can find out about her and know the full story in about half an hour, 20 minutes.
You've basically, Aish delivered the extrait. And the other books are the other toilettes, baby.
Yes. Yeah, that sums it up perfectly.
I'll get it. I'll get it.
Yeah.
Aish delivered the concentré, baby, DNA of the story, of the biography. And also to stimulate you, you know, this is also how I'm not saying you should not read the other books. Of course you should. But what I'm saying is usually we start with the extrait and we fall in love with it. And then we want to experience the other facets and nuances. And then sooner or later, we end up also purchasing the eau de toilette. We end up purchasing the eau de parfum and the flancas by night.
Yeah.
And we'll go. But you know what I'm saying? Cinnamon Roll says, I would do that with Vivienne Westwood shirts. When I was 10, I loved her design, and I would paint my shirts trying to replicate them, the originals. And by the way, since it's Mother's Day, of course, I had to also bring the memory of Vivienne Westwood to life, our fashion mother. I am wearing a Vivienne Westwood shirt now that Cinnamon Roll is actually talking about Vivienne Westwood shirts. Look, you guys, I know also Aish really likes Vivienne a lot. So here's Vivienne. She's a little bit upset here. She's a little bit like, meow. And then she's also here. Wait a second. Let me just, hair for days, honey. Hair for days. Look at her. There she goes. Vivienne is right here as well.
Love it.
She's like a little bit upset, but she's doing this on purpose because this shirt is a very special shirt to me because it has, it's an interesting concept and design. She really loved Paul Klee's figures, little puppets, hand puppets that he made for children, first for his own kids, but then the kids of the village would also ask for them. And so he would make these hand puppets for all the kids of the little town. And now these puppets, for the most part, are preserved in the Paul Klee Zentrum in Bern, or is it Basel, in Switzerland. And so her team took photos of as many as they could of these puppets, and they plastered them all over this shirt, inserting also Vivienne as one of these puppets in between. And it's a little bit of a joke because, as you can see, these puppets, they're scary. So Paul Klee made these like scary puppets for the kids to play with.
Love him.
And some of them, and look, this one could have been an inspiration for C-3PO for Star Wars, but this was done decades before Star Wars, of course. So it's
Isn't it quite apt that with the children, making the stuff for the children, and we've just been talking about Joan Erdley.
Yeah, it's all connected. It's all connected, baby. It's all connected.
And I love the camellia as well. That just is like, it's part of, it should go with the shirt.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I made this one myself. Yeah, this is handmade.
Yeah, I'm going to do some of those myself.
Go for it. It's so much fun, seriously.
Yeah.
And of course, for the occasion to celebrate Vivienne as our fashion mother and punk mother, today we also got the Vivienne Westwood Boudoir perfume in the fashion bunker just to commemorate our Mother's Day with our fashion mama. Oh, yeah. Oh, Such a beauty.
Perfect.
Little marigold roughness with honey, tobacco, and by night.
And does it get stronger? Has it intensified?
Yes.
Over the years.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Oh yes. It turns dark. The vanilla in here ripens, marinates.
Yeah. So good.
It's so intense, and it's so her. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Every time I smell it, she's back in full force.
Oh.
So there you go.
Love it.
Aish, did you have fun?
Yes, I did. Thank you for letting me talk about my book.
Anytime, babes. I'm glad we got a chance to talk about it on Mother's Day of all times. And you guys, be sure to pick up your copy of Aisha Ahmed's Joan Erdley. Joan Erdley. I never know how to pronounce Joan Erdley.
Yes.
Erdley.
Yes.
And available wherever good books are sold.
Yeah.
And be sure to follow Aish on her social media. Tell us where.
At Aisha A, at Joan Erdley Book, and at Madge Gill Book.
There you go.
I'm pretty available.
There you go, guys. Thank you so much, Aish. And happy Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day. Woo, 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 woo.
Mother's Day.
Bye, sweetie.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Woo. Oh. Well, I guess I got a present for Mother's Day, too. Did Mr. Smelly just mention me his Insta stories? Can Debbie or Mahora just check? Top 5 actually worth watching perfume reviewers. Oh, no, he did mention me together with Lanier Smith. Well, thank you, Mr. Smelly. That's very kind of you. Especially, I'm really, really happy that you mentioned Lanier. I love Lanier. Lanier is very, very dear to my heart. And Lanier is also a perfume reviewer. Talk about mother energy. Lanier Smith is such a mother. The OG mother, honey. The OG mother. So very kind, thank you. Oh, Grant Ramirez, thank you so much, sweetie.
Grant Ramirez donated $10.
Hold on. Let me... Let's drive towards the tip, Grant. Hit it, Bubbles.
Get in, loser. We're going shopping.
Ooh. Darn, that was fires. Get in, loser. We're going shopping. Yay! Oh, my. So that was Aish, you guys. Aisha Ahmed with the Joan Erdley book. By the way, you can also still get Madge Gill. You can get both books. You know, it's not like Madge Gill isn't available anymore. Madge Gill is also available. You can get both books. Najum 1 has gifted 5 Super Dacob memberships. Cinnamon Roll was gifted a membership by Najum 1. Soleil was gifted a membership by Najum 1. Rich Kidding was gifted a membership by Najum 1. Nikki was gifted a membership by Najum 1. And Apricus was gifted a membership by Najum 1. Heaven says, Aish girl, you're so talented. Welcome to all the new Tier 1 members. Thank you, Najum 1, for being so generous and gifting the 5 Tier 1 Super Dacob memberships to all the new Tier 1 members. Welcome, darlings. You can start using your exclusive emojis, and you get your little perfume bottle of honor next to your name. Treasure it, darling. Treasure it, darling. Oh, we'll go. Meowsers, how's it going? Thank you, Aish. You are talented and an inspiration. I'm working on a project as I listen. Linda says, listen, Linda, welcome new members to the bunker. Very nice. Mine should arrive in 3 to 4 weeks. Can't wait, Aish, says Mahora. Also, thumb up the live stream. Thank you, Debbie. Thumb up the live stream. It means the world to the algorithm of the Fashion Bunker YouTube channel because it is a tough cookie, that darn YouTube algorithm. Does anyone else dance along to the new membership jingle, or is it just me? No, Lynn, I dance too, as I'm saying. Thank you, Heaven, for giving a thumbs up. So again, happy Mother's Day to all our mothers out there. And we have another mother, in spirit mother, that is, Hold on a second. Who is... Oh, Gloriothina's my love. Thank you,
Gloria
sweetie.
Racinos donated $10. Ola Dacob, get a mother of a hangover. Dacob and greasy Chinese is where it's at.
Yes, Queen. Greasy Chinese any day, all day. Let's eat and shit together. Friends and lovers who eat together, shit together. Am I right? Now hit it. Hit it, Bubbles. There you go. Listen, Heaven's like, yikes. We keep it mighty real here. This is an IBS person talking to you.
Milk
I know what I'm
donated
talking about.
$15. Lots of love to you always, Dacob. Missing my mother this Mother's Day, but I know she will always be with me in my heart. Wishing a happy Mother's Day to all, especially those grieving a loss. Heart, heart, heart.
Oh, man. Thank you so much. And I hope you're a little bit less alone, spending some time with us crazy mamas. Look at us. It doesn't matter what gender you are. You can always have mother energy. Period. You know what I mean? So, yeah, there you go. We can be your adoptive moms for a couple of hours today in the stream and just feel the love, feel the energy. That's what it's all about. And absorb the shame and the shade that we're going to throw at some fashion brands, right? Because it wouldn't be the Fashion Bunker if we didn't go a little bit in the nitty gritty. There you go. Robbie M. Lorraine is a pet mommy. Also counts perfectly. Oh, what? Milk? Oh, hold on. Well, we got to do another, right. Milk, thank you so much for the tip. Let's drive towards that tip now that you've tipped the tip. Tippy tip tip, hit it, Bubbles. Fabulous. Thank you, thank you, sweetie. Heaven says, I got the IBS and colitis. I'm telling you, Heaven, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah,
This is
friends
like,
that hang out together,
you know
eat
what I'm saying?
together. Pharrell, was that you? Pharrell, was that you? Don't make me stop this car, says Heaven, right? Mahora, I can't read that comment. Oh my gosh. I read it, but I can't read it out loud. So anyway, the other mother, a little rhyme, that I want to talk to you about indirectly, mother, is a lady that's spilling the tea on Chanel. So she's protecting us. You see, we the consumers are her children. And she has come to warn us. So in a way, she's giving me mother energy. She's a TikToker, content creator on TikTok, and she's coming to warn us about Chanel. And so to me, that's mother energy. If I ever saw any, I mean, at least for the Fashion Bunker standards, very mother energy. So let's do a little topic. But first, let this hoe retouch the powder because I'm getting oily. And you know what I'm saying? Hold on a second. Let me just, because, spill the tea, Henny. Right, man? Tea? Yes, we're going to spill the tea. Well, she's spilling the tea. Don't shoot the messenger. I'm just sharing the tea. But she's spilling the tea. You know what I'm saying? We'll go. We'll go. And now we're going to add a little bit of a lip plumper and lip gloss. Hi, Cammy Q. Oh my, right, Cammy Q? Spilling the tea, baby. So, who is she? Lottie Lou. All right, let's film this video. Oh, why is my hair always, it's like little spider webs, my hair. Thin, so annoying, so thin. Okay.
Chanel!
I know, Bubbles, I know. Hi, everybody. Dacob here. Welcome back to the Fashion Bunker. We have ourselves a leak from the Chanel camp. Somebody who claims to have worked at Chanel headquarters is now spilling the tea, allegedly, on what goes down behind the scenes and how things are actually really worth, or how much things are actually really worth. Or should we say, better said, how much things are not worth. But before we get to it, subscribe to my channel. Push the join button next to the subscription button. Become a member today. Again, access to extra perks. You can also join me on Patreon. Super Dacob, all spelled together there as well for extra perks. This video is being filmed live in front of a live virtual audience. I live stream several times a week, so come join the fun. Come join the chats. Thumb up the video. Cue in Lottie Lou. Hello, darling. This, my dears, is Lottie Lou. I shall post the link to Lottie's TikTok account and this particular video that she shared on her TikTok in the description box underneath this video. But for now, this is Lottie. This is a PSA to anyone thinking of buying a Chanel handbag. Now, Lottie is sharing in a very short, succinct, but to the point video her experience when she worked at Chanel global headquarters. She says, isn't she beautiful, by the way? I think she's gorgeous. She totally, by the way, so everything I say in this video is for entertainment purposes only, not rooted in truths or facts. Everything's alleged and just my opinion. But I gotta say, Lottie is giving me total vibes of like, this is the type of person Chanel would hire. You know what I'm saying? Hold on a minute. I'm gonna, here. Got it. How bougie of us. Pardon me. Now, she's giving me totally that vibe. So I can see how Chanel, she fits Chanel global headquarters. Anyway, so Lottie made this video where she says, you guys, I worked for Chanel. She doesn't say what she did at their global headquarters, and it's all a scam, she says. Don't shoot the messenger. I'm just repeating and paraphrasing what she said here. So everything's alleged, but she calls it kind of like a scam, allegedly a scam. Because she says, when you are working for Chanel, you get access to the handbags in these warehouses or places, or, they're all just piled up. And you get them for 200 pounds, 250 pounds, British pounds. So let's say 250. Let's round it up to 250 pounds. That would be around about $350. And she said, like, these bags, they cost so little, actually. And the perks of working for Chanel is you get access to these things, right? She does claim later on in the comment section underneath her video that, you do need to work for 6 months for them first before you get access to asking permission to purchase these products. But she says that she also visited the factories, how they were, produced, how the bags were produced, how the bags were stored. And she says none of it is luxury. None of it is fancy. None of it is worth the money. It only becomes worth the money once what she alleges to be the scam is once they give you the packaging, the box, the dust bag, the experience in the boutique, how the sales associate deals with you, offering you a drink or not offering you a drink. She says, those are all the tricks of the trade to make all that fluff sell the product. And the fluff is all just smoke and mirrors, when in reality, the product you're getting is not worth the $8,000 to $10,000 or $15,000 that they're asking for. And she also says they're not even doing the gold plating anymore. Now, they never did full gold. She kind of says, like, it's not gold anymore. I'm like, it was never really gold. Their hardware was gold plated. It still is in part gold plated, depending on which hardware you get. But what she implies there is, like, they're not upping the quality of the product, but they keep upping their prices. And there's no reason for the prices to keep getting upped, except for creating the illusion, the smoke and the mirrors, that it is all worth the money that you're spending for it. She claims that she has over 20 Chanel bags that she purchased while she was working at Chanel for like, $1.25, basically, paraphrasing here. And she says it's not worth it, you guys. Save your money. Go spend it elsewhere. She's implying, if we read between the lines, that it kind of is similar to the situation of any other luxury brand, really. She just so happens to have worked at Chanel, or so she claims. So we say allegedly. But this applies to any other luxury brand. It could be Prada, it could be Louis Vuitton, it could be Dior. Literally, if you are working for these brands for a certain period of time, after a certain period of time, you do get access to staff sales and special offers. Now, some people in the comment section underneath her video do claim that, well, just because she, that was working for Chanel, just because she got access as a worker to a special price doesn't mean that those bags cost that little. Because some other people in the comment section claim, well, because you imagine if you're buying the bag for a certain amount of money for 200 pounds or 250 pounds and they're still making a profit, then you can imagine how little these bags cost. And there I would like to correct that person who was commenting under that video, because these extra perks of the brand actually giving you the bag, giving you the opportunity to purchase the bag for 200 or 250 pounds, it doesn't mean that the bag, that they're still making profit off of it. This is a special perk that they create for their co-workers. But sometimes they are at a loss. It's not that these bags cost less than the 200 pounds to produce. It's just that Chanel, before they, seasonal bags or bags that haven't sold for a certain amount of time, then the workers get access to these bags. It's not like these bags would otherwise be sold in the shops at a certain point in time. Now the laws in Europe at least have changed, so a lot of these brands are not allowed to destroy these bags anymore. But in the past, everything that wasn't sold after a certain amount of time would get destroyed. And of course, sustainability is not a part of the fashion game, is it? It never was. The fashion business and the fashion industry, together with the military construct and the military industry, are two of the most polluting and most garbage producing and most wasteful and most waste producing industries in the world. So there's a lot of greenwashing, you guys, when it comes to these brands telling you we're becoming, sustainability, and we're not going to put our perfume bottles in boxes that have a plastic foil surrounding the box. That's not for the sake of sustainability. It's just the way that they found a different way now to save even more money for production costs by selling you a subpar product claiming that it's sustainable. But the actual sustainability that would benefit you as a consumer, and that would also benefit the environment, that's not really happening. Most of the brands are not delivering that form of sustainability. Most brands are delivering the sustainability that is a tarnish and disguise word to cover up for greenwashing. In other words, their sustainability is all about finding ways for them to earn more money and maximize their profits while disguising that greed under the form of sustainability. On the other hand, the good way of being sustainable would be to maybe take a loss from time to time as a brand in favor of doing something favorable for the consumer as well as for the environment. But having said that, a brand like Chanel does have twice a year or once a year. They used to have twice a year. Maybe now it's once a year. Those special sales for their co-workers, where they get access at special, very, very reduced prices to products that are going, that are going to be dismantled otherwise. I don't know how Chanel is going to keep doing this in Europe. They might just send all their stuff that isn't sold to America. And I think in America, you're still allowed to destroy all of your surplus and get a great tax cut while you're at it, because this is product that your business is losing money off of. So by destroying it, I'm sure you can claim a relatively big tax write-off. But all I'm saying is, don't be so quick to think that these bags cost less than $200 to produce just because the workers get access to them for the price of $200, $250, or $300. So some people are a little bit misguided in the comment sections. However, it is true that these bags do not cost tens of thousands of dollars to manufacture. The price that we're paying for them is very, very inflated and very, very high. And I also do not believe what Chanel is telling us, that these prices, the price increases follow the inflation rate. The inflation rate isn't as high as the percentage of the increase of these prices on a yearly basis, and in some cases, several times a year. So that's the part where Chanel really loses me. in this whole conversation when it comes to justifying their price increases by saying they're just following the standard of the inflation rate and they want to pay their people properly. Yeah, no. Again, you're greenwashing the price system there. Greenwashing, maybe a different term for the pricing. But anyway, some people in the comments underneath her video says, oh, you really have 20 Chanel bags and you're disrespecting them so much and you don't like them anyway? Sell them to me for 250 pounds. Of course, Lottie Lou did not answer to those people. I find that kind of interesting, Lottie, that you would not want to sell the bags that you got for 250 pounds or 200 pounds that you claim are not really worth it, and you don't want to sell them off for 250 pounds. I believe if you sold them off, you would ask several thousand pounds for them. So what's good for the goose ain't good for the gander, or vice versa, whatever the say is, because would you sell yours for 200 pounds, Miss Lottie Lou? Or would you, once you need to sell them, would you try to profit off of it and get a couple thousand more? Now, if you were to sell them and to ask a couple $1,000s more on top of the price you paid for them, isn't that just the same mentality as Chanel had? Or as Chanel has? Just saying. I'm not saying she's trying to sell them because she didn't mention anything about that, but I'm just saying, don't point a finger unless you're not ready to pull the trigger on yourself as well. You know what I'm saying? But Heaven says in the chats, she's kind of brave. Gloria says, wow, brave. I thought she would be behind a screen with an altered voice. No, she's just out there talking. Now, allegedly, we don't know if she really worked for Chanel or not. She claims that she has, and I'm just reporting on whatever I saw on TikTok. Smoke and mirrors, says Debbie. Kev says, and they never have the proper packaging anyways, especially for ready-to-wear. They mostly don't have the proper packaging, I agree with you. It's always like, oh, sorry, I don't have this. Okay, well, we can just stuff it in this box or in this bag. Finley says, this is the woman who should interview Lena. I'd buy a ticket to see that, says Finley. Cecilia says, let's be honest, most luxury is a scam, and we fools fall for it. For the most part, I want to say, yeah, I agree with you. I'm also one that falls for it. But then again, I also have certain ideas of what luxury means to me. Certain things you can make yourself, certain things you can't make yourself. And here we go again into the perfume realm. You don't get access to certain raw ingredients and quality of raw ingredients when you're making a perfume. You can make a perfume with, chemical things that are more accessible to you. But when it comes to Chanel, for example, here's an example. We got Comet here, or Chanel No. 5, the Extrait, which I also have here in its little satchel, the spray version of it, at least. When it comes to this form of luxury, really hard to simulate, emulate, and copy. Really is. So for me, spending the money on perfumes, I know some people consider perfumes to be like entry-level, aspirational luxury. It's like the poverty level of luxury. I'm like, no. In many ways, this is much higher on a level for me in terms of real luxury quality. The quality now, not the price. The quality, perfume to me, especially when it comes to Chanel, this is luxury. Because the quality is just, okay. The little shoelettes with the peeling leatherlets, that's not luxury. It's just an item that has a really high price tag, but it looks cheap, it feels cheap, and it wears cheap. It costs a lot, but you don't really get your money's worth with those products, in my humble opinion. Here you do. So we're back to Coco Chanel's statement on vulgarity and luxury. Coco Chanel used to say, the opposite of luxury is not poverty. The opposite of luxury is vulgarity. Bear that in mind. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know your thoughts and prayers down below. Subscribe, thumb up this video, and until next time, never give up on love. Bye. Exactly, equestrian chic. Perfume is definitely different, not able to access those formulas. I agree. Kev says, I thought they had mostly seasonal or fabric classic at the employee sales. Need someone to confirm if they've had classic black leather flaps. Kev, I can confirm to you, yes, because I know several workers at Chanel in London. Yes, they also have access to 255s and double flaps in leather from time to time. Yes, but you got to be the first to make it, to snatch one of them up. Because they play the lottery. They used to in the past. So you get a time slot when you're allowed to enter. if you're lucky enough to be working at Chanel in a city where Chanel actually has the staff sales, because most of the time, most other cities in the world, like Chanel staff has access. Oh, tip your host if you're enjoying the tea. Thank you. If you're working from a city that does not have access to the sales, then you get an online link and you can order online, but that's usually the leftovers. Now, if you're lucky enough, like you're working in London, you get access to the staff sales in London. You get a time slot. It's like a lottery-based system. If you're lucky enough to get the first time slot when they open, you can pick the bag, the good bag that's there. The further up the line your time slot is, and the less choice you have left because the others would have picked. It's a competition. Yes, Kev. It's a competition. And you have a very limited amount of products you're allowed to purchase. I think 2 bags per season, 5 to 7. But this was several years ago. They change all the time, their rules. And their rules are not changing for the better, obviously. So they used to be 2 bags per season plus 2 per sale, per 5 or 7 accessories. The limits were higher on the clothing. Of course, you could get more clothes. Yeah. Amy says, oh man, going to the new flagship store in New York next week, and now I feel deflated. Let's see what I find that's not broken or defective. Getting my commit for sure. Amy, focus on commit for sure. You know what I mean? Mahora, how much cheaper are we talking? Oh, the costume jewelry used to be like 20 pounds to 50 pounds per piece. That's cheap. Or was it 15 pounds? Super cheap. I didn't want to be religious here, so just saying. But in the Bible, Jesus was poured a special perfume worth a year of salary. And the lady was questioned, why not just give money? And Jesus said, let her give way. Give way. Either the chat was too long and you got cut off, or we have an aneurysm in the chat. Oh, Iron Home got my first edition 200 ml. Fabulous, darling. Glad you did. It's a gorgeous perfume. Lynn says, sorry, have to go to sleep now. Up early for work night. All good night, Lynn. Thank you for joining us. And happy Mother's Day. Now I want to talk about a desperate shopper stealing money to buy luxury. This is a doozy. What? Cinnamon Roll says 2 bags, 5 clothing things, and 6 accessories. Most of the time, you don't really buy that much because it's really seasonal stuff. They didn't sell, and that didn't sell and cannot sell in the shops anymore. There you go, Cinnamon Roll. Thank you for sharing this tea with us. Just trying to find. Okay, here it is. So, what? Give the way she wants. I mean, what I mean is perfumes are expensive even on these. Cha. Okay. Say what? Perfumes are expensive on these biblical days. All right. Amy says, oh, like the kids used to before the balls in Harlem, mopping. Back in the days, a friend was able to get me a 75 milliliter Sycamore for $60. Man, those were the days, Kev. Those were the days, Kev. Oh, Tommaso says, I can't wait for EU law on destroying unsold goods. I can only imagine all the brand sales. Oh, they're going to find ways to still destroy them. Don't you worry. They're going to have their loopholes. They're just going to send it to another country, to stock another country outside of Europe where it's allowed to destroy them. And they're still going to have their little tax write-offs because they shipped all the clothes to another country. Don't you worry about them. They are lobbying for the gods. They're already 10 steps ahead of us. 10 steps ahead of us. Okay, let's do this. desperate shoppers stealing, snatching money to keep purchasing the highest end luxury goods. Are you one of them? Care to share how you did it? How you got away with it? Well, it seems as though no matter how many times you get away with it, sooner or later, you'll get caught with the hand in the cookie jar. You know, why? Well, because most people get greedy. They taste how easy it can be, and they keep going for more, and one more time, one more time. It almost becomes like an addiction until you get caught with the hand in the cookie Birkin jar. Let me tell you where it's at. We have a couple of stories to share here, but first subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. Push the join button next to the subscription button. Become a member today, gain access to extra perks. You can also join me on Patreon. Super Dacob all spelled together there as well for extra perks. This video is being filmed live in front of a live virtual audience. I live stream several times a week, so come join me. Come join the live chats and the fun. So here's a news of Malaysia going down. And this is just reported a couple of days ago by benarnews.org. And thumb up the video while you're at it. 1MDB sues ex-Malaysian Prime Minister's wife. Oh, the corruption of it all. The Prime Minister's wife for funneling 346 million, I think, Malaysian dollars, which is 217 million US dollars, to buy luxury goods. Everything I say in this video is for entertainment purposes only, not rooted in truths or facts. Everything's alleged and just my opinion. So this, the government figuring out that this lady stole $217 million to buy bags and luxury started in 2018. The Prime Minister's wife, Kravi. Yes, oh my, says Amy. Geez, says Kravi. The scandal of it all. Mahora says, Queen. Y'all, the Prime Minister's wife in Malaysia. So, Rosmah Mansor is the wife of the incarcerated former Malaysian Prime Minister Najib Razak. She arrives at the Kuala Lumpur court complex for the trial, and she is dressed for the gods. She's coming to the trial dressed for the gods. Now listen, Malaysia's defrauded 1MDB and and this is not the only story, honey. Oh, we got another one that hits even more close to home as we're going to travel to the US next. So keep with me here and thumb up the video. So Malaysia's defrauded 1MDB and some subsidiaries have sued Rosmah Mansor, lover of fine things and wife of incarcerated ex-PM Najib Razak, for $346 million that she allegedly swindled from the sovereign fund. You guys. And so when I was reading this article, I was thinking to myself, okay, so was she like planning for the future? Like when her husband is no longer the prime minister, maybe she knew that he was like dealing with some illegal stuff. So she started kind of like building for her future. You know what I mean? Like, you know, she probably watched YouTube videos. Maybe she watched Mim on YouTube, you know. Or, you know what I mean? Or Sophie Shohet. And she learned a thing or two from them about, you know, investment. You know, Mim saying like, hubby bought me a bag. And maybe the Prime Minister's wife was like, why doesn't my hubby buy me a bag? Hold on a minute. I have access to the government funds. So we'll go. Let me get the baglets. Nobody will be the wiser. And then once it's all over, you know, once he's no longer prime minister or he's in the slammer, I can use these bags as assets to, you know, subsidize my life. Clever. Well, until it wasn't clever because she got caught red-handed. Mahora says she went to Anna Bay's School of Affluence. Yes, Mahora, allegedly. Now, the lawsuit was filed on May 9th in Kuala Lumpur High Court. Rosmah said that Rosmah bought these items through a Singaporean fashion designer who is also targeted in the case. A total of 320 such payments totaling $346 million were made, the lawsuit said. Amy says, girl, 346 million, that is a ton of baglets. 320 payments were made. I mean, this woman, legend. How can you just how can you lose sense of the amount of money you're allegedly stealing? 320 payments. She went off the rail, honey. She loved her luxury. The companies alleged that the duo knowingly received and assisted in using the cash improperly. The suing companies have demanded a return of the funds allegedly stolen, along with interest, compensation for legal costs, and any profit made from the sale of goods, among other penalties. So apparently they were kind of buying and then selling. The plaintiffs have asked the court to impose penalties they see fit on the stylist for what they said was dishonest assistance in the alleged purchase of the luxury goods. The court set May 24th for technical proceedings in the case. In May 2018, as part of corruption investigations into One Malaysia Development, Berhad, which investigators estimate was looted, of $4.5 billion, Malaysian police seized bags, watches, jewelry, including more than 200 Hermes Birkins. 200 Hermes Birkins. So I guess it wasn't that difficult for these people to obtain these bags, was it? So Hermes does make enough of them to go around. You just have to have the right name, the right connections. Equestrian Chic says, I ain't mad at her. Mahora says, icon, to be honest. Oh, okay, well, there you see. My chats have absolutely no morals. We are ratchet in the fashion bunker. So don't shoot the messenger. I'm just reading the comments of my viewers. And investigators estimate that more than $4.5 billion was plundered from one MTB through fraudulent shell companies to corrupt government and bank officials and their associates. Now, this doesn't end here. So the lovely lady, ex-Prime Minister's wife, good luck to you, madame. Yeah, there's a legal proceeding against her. Now, back in the States, however, we also have an issue, as reported by bringmethenews.com. Charges: marketing firm director embezzled $1.5 million spent on luxury goods. A director of a Minneapolis, hi to all my Minneapolians, Minneapoli in the chats and viewers. A director of a Minneapolis marketing firm has been charged with embezzling more than $1.5 million from her employer, according to federal charges filed this week. This is May 10th, 2024, as we're talking, honey. Pocket change. Penny Lane, Pahoka playa with the Pahoka change. Oh my God, they are all at it, says Aish. Oh, they are all at it. So I'm not going to say the name of the lady, is facing 13 charges because she's not a public figure. Like the other one is a public figure. This one isn't. The lady's facing 13 charges, including for mail fraud, money laundering, and wire fraud, with federal prosecutors alleging she embezzled from the firm between 2020 and 2023. Oh, honey, the lady got clever. During the lockdown era, 2020 to 2023, oh, she was like, let me see, I'm at home. Lockdown baby, lockdown baby, lockdown baby. Lockdown baby. We should call her Lockdown baby. Lockdown baby embezzled allegedly $1.5 million, holding roles in the company, including director of operations, vice president of operations, and chief operating officer. She was responsible for managing the company's finances, and manage she did. Honestly, okay, Kravi in the chat says, honestly, I do the same. Oh my God, Kravi, don't incriminate yourself. Why are my viewers? Mahora says, she locked it down, honey. She got back at them for pre-Birkin purchase, says Heaven. She was like, I'll get him. Polly says, genius. Oh my God, okay, I see the people are all for this. Wow. I thought we would have some morals left. No, the chats are like, no, honey, Well, what do you know? She was hired in October 2019, and authorities allege she began embezzling just 3 months later, continuing through October 2023. She was on it. 3 months after being hired, she's like, oh, easy. Let me snatch the dough. As part of the scheme, she made unauthorized personal transactions using company credit cards, including for designer clothing, jewelry, furniture, personal travel, and home renovations. The U.S. Attorney's Office for Minnesota said she tried to conceal her embezzlement by creating false entries in company accounting records to make it look like the unauthorized personal transactions were for legitimate business expenses. Among the items she bought, per the Star Tribune, were Rolex and Cartier watches ranging from $10,000 to $50,000 in value, as well as Prada bags and flights from MSP to Denver and Portugal. I mean, you guys, this is the world we live in. Like, it's over. The corruption is everywhere. People in the government, the lobbying, changing laws because a business wants to pay less taxes, so the politician is bribed to, talk to the government, to the lawmakers, change the law. Everything is hai capito? I do for you, you do for me, eh? Ci laviamo la mano, lava mano. By the way, Starlet, that's how you do the Italian accent, not the Russian accent you did in the movie. Yes, the House of Gucci. We know it. We know it. I just saw Planet of the Birkin Apes. Loved it, says Oshidi. Listen. But here's what I want to tell you. I hope she's sitting in jail, says Linda. Listen, Linda, I hope so. Manti says a Birkin is a Birkin. But here's what I want to, and we're going to get to the gist of the story. Thumb up the video, and here's the gist. Thumb up the video. This tells me not so much about the people who are people will be people, but this tells me a lot about the brands. Because the brand has no morals. All of these brands, this just shows me that these brands, Cartier, the Rolex, the Prada, the Hermes, the Birkins, the Chanels, they don't care where your money comes from. Okay? There's no morals there. They don't care what sort of money laundering is going on. They just want the money. But also, what do these stories tell us? Because more and more of them are coming to the open. It just shows us more and more that who can afford all of these products? This shows you that the people who actually can afford them have not gotten their money in legal ways. It basically, in other ways, it's telling us that allegedly, whoever has so much money got to that money through very sketchy and shady ways. So luxury is for the criminal, after all. The end of luxury wasn't ever nigh. The end of luxury is maybe the end of criminality in a way. Well, criminality will always find a way, honey. Prostitution and criminality. The oldest two businesses in the world, but it just shows us something, right? It shows us that luxury exists thanks to criminality. And in many ways, luxury is used to wash money, to launder money. And in other ways, luxury, maybe all the price increases that are happening now are happening because maybe the criminals need to wash more money. Have you ever thought about that? That maybe we were thinking about this whole situation of the end of luxury from a wrong perspective. Maybe the true perspective, allegedly, is that the price increases are happening because all of the mafia bosses are saying, hold on a minute, we got to launder more money here. Put the prices up. Just a thought, just throwing it out there. Mahora says, absolutely, luxury is criminality. So we are all aspiring to what? Us aspirational customers. Think about it, you guys. What are we aspiring to? What are we aspiring to? Wearing all these bags and these brands, what? Just to look like a criminal boss? Is that what we're aspiring to? Way to go, society. Way to go, consumer society. Let me know your thoughts and prayers down below. And until next time, never forget to never give up on love, no matter what you do, who you is, and where you go. Bye. Take care. And Corey's like, I think we're all starting to look like suckers. Corey, we've been suckered. We've been done, had ourses. A question Sheik says, at the Met, how do they expect the rest of us to be safe if we can't protect celebrities? Good point. Who cares about the celebrities? Tina donated $10. Thank you, Tina, my love.
Happy Mother's Day to all. Thanks for the live stream.
Thank you, sweetie. Let's drive towards that tip, honey. Ooh, fairy. Ooh, unicorn tip, living ferret. Thank you. Thank you so much, sweetie. Tommaso says, as you said, the face of the people in queue in front of Louis Vuitton. Ah, says it all, baby. Says it. Mob wife Amy. Yes. Mahora says, if you pull out a stack of $100 bills to pay for your luxury purchase, we all know what it means. It just means you use toilet paper in a different way. That's all it means. It just means use toilet paper in a different way. On another note, I wanted to say something, and that is, I've rediscovered, thanks to some videos I saw either on Instagram or TikTok, Joan Rivers jewelry, costume jewelry, and clothes. And QVC is still selling it, but there's a couple of her like jackets, very Chanel, okay, but whatever. And a costume jewelry that looks really amazing. You guys, QVC, get in touch with me because that's something I'm willing to get a sponsorship for. Seriously, I want QVC or Melissa Rivers, contact me. I want to wear your mom's costume jewelry because there's a couple of pieces there that I was like, wow, I really, really, really want it. And she has like really cool like makeup stuff too, Joan Rivers. Like contouring stuff to like cover up, like, you know, if you have like hair, like to cover up, like if you dye your hair and the gray grows out, you can paint it, or just to make the hair look fuller. Really, really, really interesting stuff. So I'm like, Joan, oh my God. Heaven says she has some amazing costume jewelry. Her stuff was good, says Corey. I love some of hers. Amy, look, yes, they are, says, look at my people. You're all loving Joan Rivers. And the jackets she made go up really big sizes, and they're really, really cute. Okay, I see. Okay, you're my people. Root touch-up powder. Yeah, Robbie. They did lower the prices, Heaven. They did. Currently they're on sale. Joan knew her people, Corey. I completely agree with you. Yes, she had money, but she knew where she was from. Some of that stuff is really cool. Oh, Lidovina says, oh, Joan, how much I miss her on the galas and red carpet, the jackets. Yeah, she was one of a kind. I miss her every day, you guys. Smurfette says, Joan jewelry was really nice and well made. I got a couple of bee pins from back in the day. Just Joe, Mrs. Joan. Hi, Justin. So there you go. Her costume jewelry is amazing. Her jackets are still amazing. You can still buy them on QVC. They still sell them, you guys. They still sell them on QVC. Kate Moore says, oh, Joan, I love her. There you go. Hey, Cinnabar. Oh my God, this is so... Carol, I'll just call you... Glad I caught you live. So difficult to pronounce. Cinnabar Carol. There you go. That woman could hustle, Just Joe. I believe, yes, she could. So now, hold on a second. Next topic. Hi everybody, Dacob here. Welcome back to the Fashion Bunker. Hermes is now begging, should we say, allegedly, the judge in California to dismiss the case. You know, the two people who are trying to sue Hermes because they're claiming that Hermes is forcing people allegedly to purchase homeware goods and all the other stuff that has nothing to do with the quota bags before the people are allowed to purchase the quota bags, like the Birkin or the Kelly or the Constance. So now Hermes is saying, like, this case should not exist, okay? And here's our reasons why. And I'm like, oh, what are your reasons why? Did you actually give any reasons why? But you're asking the judge to dismiss the case? Well, let's touch base on the update. But first, subscribe to my channel if you haven't already here on the tubes. Push the join button next to the subscription button. Become a member today. Get access to extra perks. You can also join me on Patreon. Super Dacob all spelled together there as well. I live stream several times a week, so come join the chats. Come join the fun together. Hello to my co-chatters in the sidebar. We got news from Reuters.com, none less than. And French luxury house Hermes, they say, has asked a U.S. judge to dismiss what it called a far-fetched consumer lawsuit accusing it of forcing shoppers to spend thousands of dollars on goods before having a chance to buy one of its famed Birkin handbags. Hermes said in a filing on Thursday in San Francisco federal court that the plaintiffs failed to show how sales of the luxury handbags violated U.S. antitrust laws. So Hermes is claiming, you did not prove that we do this. You cannot prove nothing. The proposed class action lawsuit filed in March claimed Hermes only gives customers with sufficient purchase history a chance to buy a Birkin bag, which are handmade and can cost thousands of dollars. The lawsuit said Hermes was unlawfully tying Birkin sales to the purchase of their items such as jewelry, shoes, homeware, blankets, clothes, shirts, you name it. They sell it. They want you to buy it. They want to make the money from it. They want you to buy it. They want to sell it. So, the lawsuit said Hermes is unlawfully tying Birkin sales to the purchase of other items, right? Hermes countered in Thursday's filing that customers without a purchase history can still buy a Birkin. Okay. Where are my people? I want to know in the comment section down below. And also in the chats right now. You guys. Let's see what they have to say. Hermes countered in Thursday's filing that customers without a purchase history can still buy a Birkin. And it argued that such a requirement would not be illegal in any case. Well, hold on a minute. So Hermes is arguing that even if they did make you have a purchase, force you to get a purchase history before selling you the Birkin and Kelly, it would still not be illegal? Is that what we're saying here, Hermes? Okay. They say, Hermes said in the filing, and we quote, the antitrust laws do not punish companies for creating better, more desirable products than anyone else. Okay. Wow. I really did not expect Hermes to go that arrogant. Like, because this is their quote, okay? Reuters is quoting them. Let's reread this and let's cringe together a little bit more. Paul, yes, the arrogance, right? The antitrust laws do not punish companies for creating better, more desirable products than anyone else. Amy's like, oh, stop. They're killing me, boo. The arrogance, right, Gloria Latinos? Hermes and its lawyers at Latham & Watkins did not immediately respond to a request for comment on Thursday. Oh, how very Patsy Stone of them. Thursday. Well, they can't comment on a Thursday because Thursday's for photo shoots, darling. Everybody with a sense of any sort of kind of brain cell into fashion would know you don't ask for a comment on a Thursday. You ask for a comment on a Wednesday or on a Friday. But anyway, Consumers cannot purchase a Birkin online from Hermes, and the leather bags are not displayed for sale in the company's retail stores, according to the lawsuit. The company's sales associates instead push customers to buy ancillary items to gain an opportunity to buy a Birkin, the complaint said. But Hermes argued that the consumer plaintiffs had not met the stringent legal test to show that the company unlawfully tied together the sale of two distinct products. Tcha! Hermes faces clear competition from different sellers on the wide range of products it sells, it said. Really, Hermes faces clear competition from different sellers on the wide range of products it sells. So they're saying that Chanel is competition? No, it's not. Hermes, you know you got the best leather out there. The case is Tina Cavallari and Mark Glinoga versus Hermes International et al., U.S. District Court, Northern District of California. You understand. The plaintiffs, Joshua Hafner of Hafner Law and Sean Setarech of Setarech Law Group. For defendants, Christopher Yates, Belinda Lee, and Ashley Bauer of Latham & Watkins. It sounds like a TV show. The Days of Our Lives. And all the lawyers, you know, like they do in the TV shows when they're like, they turn around, you know, and they're like, starring Belinda Lee and Ashley Bauer. And then they like turn around. You know what I mean? Like that whole thing. I see this as a telenovela in court. I want this to be televised. If this goes to court, I want it to be televised. Judge Joe says, can't they just run an old episode of Sex and the City to prove their case? And they will. Oh my gosh. And they will. And like I said before in my other videos, because we've been following this case for a while now. So I've made like 2 or 3 videos on this case already. So go check them out. They are as hilarious and ADHD and OCD over the top, just like this one, or maybe even more. I want to see the lawyers, the Hermes lawyers, come to court with a Birkin and a Kelly just to rub it in for the plaintiffs, just to rub it in and be like, oh, look, we had no problems getting our Birkin and Kelly. I don't know what you're talking about. And I didn't have to purchase anything else. I just got the bag. And then the plaintiff's like, but you got it from Hermes for free because you're representing them. It's like, no, we didn't. You can't prove it. You can't prove it. And then the judge bribed with a Birkin. The judge comes to work with a Birkin, caught parking her car or his car, leaving the car with a Birkin. Judge Judy for Judge Drew. Oh my God, Kate Scott, that's a great idea. We should have Judge Judy to actually trial the case. Really. Extra drama for doing it in Spanish, says Robbie. The whole lawsuit should be in Spanish. I love that. Very telenovela. Cinnamon Roll says it would be interesting to go to Hermes, get a bunch of things and then ask for a bag. If they offer you a bag, I wonder what will happen if you decide to buy just a bag in the end and leave the stuff on the counter there. Like, yeah, we were talking about this in the other video, actually, a couple of weeks ago. Just this scenario, we were hypothesizing to do such a thing, but most of us felt really like, how could you, oh my God, that would be so weird. And would they then tell you, no, if you don't buy all of these other things, we can't sell you the Birkin? Get that on camera. You're not allowed to. I think you're not allowed to film, right? I don't know if that's admissible in court, but if you had that testimony, that would be damning testimony, wouldn't it? But if you had that proof, oh, that would be delicious. Well, anyway, let me know your thoughts and prayers down below. Are we living for this? Do we want to get it televised? Do we want to live stream the televisation of it all to comment live as it's happening, just like we did for the Amber Heard and Johnny Depp case? Ah, the joy it would bring. The joy it would bring. Anyway, let me know your thoughts and prayers down below. Thumb up this video, subscribe, and until next time, never forget to never give up on love. Bye. So that was a quickie. You know what I'm saying? And now I want to talk about, well, first of all, happy Mother's Day to whoever is tuning in just now. We are live streaming on a Sunday because it's Mother's Day, and we want to celebrate our ladies in the banca. We celebrate you ladies every live stream. Goes without saying. But today, we like, let's go the extra mile. And I wanted to talk about Hailey Bailey. Um, hold on a second. Cha. Just looking for updates here. Hold on. Because I'm noticing, like, as the more the channel is growing, subscribe also while you're at it, you guys. And thumb up the video. Hi, Tyler. How's it going, my love? Hi, Selena. How's it going, my love? Happy Mother's Day, Selena. Oh, I love Selena bringing in some goth sadness. She's like, Selena, it was Mother's Day. Oh, that's why I'm miserable and sick today. You gotta love a good Selena comment. So, now that the channel is growing more and more, you know, sometimes I have to tune into the DMs, like during the live. I don't do DMs, you guys. Usually I don't. So please don't send me DM. But sometimes if there's an update of something, you know, there's a ton of news coming in and I just have to, you know. What do I want to say? Selena, yes, you're so goth, you don't even know you're goth. You don't even know you're goth. Let me touch up my makeup. What are we talking about?
Butter.
Haley, not Beaver, Haley Maley,
Butter.
Haley Bailey. We're talking about butter.
I took
Definitely.
inspiration from butter.
No, you took inspiration from Canal Street. Oh, El Soleil. Thank you so much.
Donated $20. Always making my day.
Oh, thank you, my love. Very, very kind. Hold on. I'll be with you in just a second. Just got an oily mug that I got to deal with. Okay. We don't want to look like we just came out of the slammer. Now. Hold on. Just looking for an update. All right. So, Haley Bailey. Do you guys know the story of Haley Bailey? We're not filming this as an extra segment. Or should we? No, should we? Oh, tip, right. El Soleil. Let's ride towards the tip. Thank you so much for your generosity, sweetie. Hit it, Bubbles. This is a short ride. They used to be longer. Bubbles is on a short trip these days. But that's Bubbles for you. Now, Haley Bailey, if you've heard of it, I think Kev, did you send me this topic? I can't remember. No, I don't know. But so this is what happened. Do you guys know who she is? I never heard of her. Apparently she has millions of followers. Like, I wish I never heard of her, but unfortunately I heard of her. There you go. Yeah, Debbie, nope, no. Heaven knows her. I couldn't stand her before. I hate her even more now. Interesting. No, Mahor. Heaven is like, I barely know her and against my will. Haley Bailey, not me. Okay, Kev. Thank you, Kev. Tyler says, Haley Bailey, that singer girl with the sister? I don't even know. I don't know. Well, Tyler, here's the tea. Okay, here's the tea. So basically, there's this chick, some random bimbo, like all of them on Instagram, but with millions of subscribers. Did she buy them? I don't know. Apparently model, whatever. So she goes to the Met Gala. So she was on the red carpet taking photos with some outfit, whatever, random bimbo. You know, she could be a hooker on Fifth Avenue, but she could also be a hooker in Harlem. But she was a hooker she allegedly everything, but she just looks like the random hooker. So apparently people got really upset with her because before going to the Met Gala, she said something in one of her Insta stories or on TikTok with one of her, gay friends. You know what I mean? Like that type of person. And he's like a stylist or designer, whatever. And then they were like partying and getting ready for the Met. They were going to go to the red carpet. And then she said something in that video, acting like she's rich. And, look at me with my million of subscribers and I'm going to the Met Gala and all of you can eat cake. The retaliation was swifter than Taylor Swift earning another $1 million. They came for her, honey. What did she say? She didn't say that. What did she say? She made a TikTok. She said, let them eat cake. In her dress and used. She made a TikTok in her dress that she was going to wear the red carpet and used the trending sound, let them eat cake, whatever. She said it, didn't say it. Use the sound. Use the trending sound. Let them eat cake. Okay. If it's a trending sound, then every other bimbo is using it too. So whatever. So then people started canceling her. Tyler says, it can never just be a genuine friend who happens to be gay. A mess. Right, Tyler? We'll go. In this economy, Tyler? Yes. So anyway, so people started canceling her. How did they start canceling her? Well, people have become clever. Now there's this whole movement happening on social media, not just with Haley, whatever her name is, Haley Bailey, but with a lot of other people. It's the block movement. Have you heard of it? So basically, the idea is to block every celebrity you don't like that's being canceled. And by blocking them, you prevent the algorithm of that social media platform to propagate that channel to anybody else. Because the more people block them, the more the algorithm dies out, which is kind of hilarious, but also insane. Like, this is the modern day version of the masses retaliating against the rich, or the aristocracy. You know, the off with their head situation is now happening on social media. So we're not just posting mean comments underneath people we want to cancel. No, people have finally realized, don't waste your energy. You don't have to post mean comments underneath their video to show them how much you hate them. You just block their ass. And by blocking their ass, if millions of people block them, their social media presence withers, shrinks, and dies out. Okay. Really interesting, because now more and more people are being put on the so-called blacklist. So Haley Bailey kind of is like the initiator of this movement, because she has been blacklisted. So guess what she did? So first of all, she shows off, I'm going to the red carpet, I'm going to be at the Met Gala, and all of y'all can eat cake, even though I just used a voice clip, and it's not my voice saying it, but I'm the one, okay? And you're the none. I'm the one, you're the none, okay? Now, then she lost hundreds of thousands, so I don't know how many, followers, and of course then the bimbo starts crying. Of course. All of a sudden the music changes. Now people are also accusing her of having like super expensive stuff and like showing off her wealth. And there's this other video on TikTok that she made with her friend where she says she's living in an apartment in New York that's like $17,000 a month. I'm paraphrasing here, allegedly. And so they're like calling her out for like, you're showing off. You really meant it, huh? With the Let Them Eat Cake sound clip you use, because like you're like showing off that you're living in an apartment that's $17,000 a month and this and that, $17,000 a month rent. And of course her music changes. She pulled the crying video. She's like, you guys, I'm so sorry. That's not what I meant. I'm not an elitist. I am not elitist. I am one of you. I'm one of you. You understand. All of you can afford $17,000 apartments. You understand. I'm one of you. And her explanation of the Met Gala, so now she's trying to downplay the Met Gala just to prove that she's not an elitist. Interesting how some penal colony content creators have claimed in their past videos, that elitism is a good thing. We still have the receipts from that video, but that's another topic and shame to be thrown another day. But we forgive, but we never forget. So she started saying in this video, oh my gosh, the dress I was wearing, first of all, I did not pay the dress I was wearing. I'm like, oh, so now you're like fraudulent? You're making people work for free for you? She's like, my best friend made the dress for me. It was handmade for me by my best friend. I didn't pay a penny for it because I do favors for my friend. My friend does favors for me. So I did not spend any money. Look how relatable I am. I got a free handmade dress. All of you get free handmade dresses made every day. Very relatable. So I got the handmade dress for my friend, so I didn't spend any money to go to the red carpet. And then you guys, Anna Wintour has to invite you personally to the Met Gala for you to be able to go into the dinner portion. I was not invited. I don't even think Anna Wintour knows who I am. I was just invited to do a little bit of an interview moment on the red carpet, but I was not allowed to enter to have dinner. I just stood on the red carpet. Very relatable, right? You guys also, all of you are invited to the red carpet. So I'm relatable. Duh. I was not invited to go to the dinner. I did not pay for the table. You know, the $75,000, $250,000 to be at the table. I didn't pay because Anna Winter, she doesn't know me, you guys. I'm relatable. So I just came to the red carpet to do the photos, and then I went back home to my $17,000 a month apartment, you know, and that's all. Look how poor I am. I'm so poor. It's like, you know. Mahora says she has a video on YouTube titled Living in New York City for $17,000 a month. Yeah, how relatable is that video? So she's crying, literally crying on the floor. She makes me sick because I don't think she's made the money from influencing. She used her divorce settlement. Ha, says Heaven. Oh, interesting. Well, I don't know. Allegedly. Kev says, wait, she went but was not allowed to enter? So sad. I know, Kev. You see, but there you go, Kev. Now she got to you. Now you're feeling for her. Now you want to forgive her. Doesn't that make you want to follow her on Instagram, to follow her journey? Because like she's so relatable and not elitist. So now like her explanation in her apology video is telling the people, hey, follow me back again because like you're unfollowing me for all the wrong reasons. I'm not elitist. I was only on the red carpet of the Met Gala. I didn't really get to enter the dinner portion, so she claims. Just like the casual ignorance of Cardi B. Oh, Kev, the casual ignorance of Cardi B, that was a little bit insane. So Cardi B wore a designer on the red carpet whose name she forgot while she was on the red. This Met Gala this year, I think it was actually the best one ever because it's just so disgusting, the whole thing. So Cardi B's on the red carpet and totally forgot the name of the designer. So she said some Asian designer. Cardi B said, I'm wearing this Asian designer. Okay. So Asian designer, no, Mahora, wait, I'll get to that. She said that later in her apology video. So because she said I'm wearing some Asian designer, because she said that on the red carpet in an interview, people came for her and they said, hey, you know, you could have made the effort to at least learn the name of the designer out of respect for the designer. And, you know, they started calling her out, canceling her. People started unfollowing her. I guess they put her on the blacklist. Right, Kev. She said, he's Asian and everything. She's like, he's like Asian and everything. No, that comes later, please. I don't. So now she's like, everybody's like upset with her. She's being canceled and yada, yada. So then she goes to her Instagram account to make a video, either TikTok or Instagram. She made one of her videos, either a reel or a TikTok. And Cardi B, she's like now apologizing. Now the Cardi B apology is one for the books. It's one for the books because in her apology, she said, you know, people were calling me out and I was really nervous. Because already you're nervous. You're going to have a photo call. You're trying to look your best. You're trying to stand up. You're trying not to fall on the high heels or whatever you're wearing. And then I also had to remember the name of the designer. Like it was a lot. Like I remember he was an Asian designer or whatever. That's her apology video. In her apology video, she, again, did not say the name of the designer because she forgot again. You guys, this is like The Simpsons. So her apology video, she called the designer Asian or whatever, could not remember the name of the designer, and did not state the name of the designer, you know, because that's usually the apology video would be like, oh guys, sorry, my bad, I forgot the name of the designer on the red carpet, but I'm going to say the name now. And I'm going to share the name with you now. Please go check out this person. They make wonderful work. Their life story is so-and-so. They're incredible. Cardi B's apology video was worse than her moment on the red carpet. I mean, it's hilarious. Hilarious. So, I mean, yes, should we be upset? Who cares? I don't know why these celebs don't just keep an index card in their clutch with all the names, says Tyler. Oh, that's profesh. like, who cares about her and the designers and whatever? But I mean, like, and you know, it's a moment where it's not just you that's supposed to shine on the red carpet, but you also want to highlight the designer you're wearing on the red carpet. It's a kind of a give and take scenario. You're invited to the Met Gala. You're probably sitting at a table that some wealthy person paid for. So you're going to come to the Met Gala for free. Your contribution to the Met is the exposure because you're a famous person. That's why Anna Wintour invited you to begin with. There's a lot of things that go on there. Like the least you can do is remember the name of the designer you're wearing just to say thank you and give them a little bit of exposure. It's kind of a no-brainer. But it's kind of hilarious as well. But then again, it's kind of sad as well. But the apology video, apologizing to, anyway, cha. Hold on a second, y'all. Between Cardi B having the issue, between Marc Jacobs losing his bow tie and having a nervous breakdown, and we've seen this in the last live stream, making a live stream on his Instagram account begging people to bring him a bow tie so that he can manage to go on the red carpet of the Met Gala. And this Haley Bailey, like crying that she's relatable and that she's part of the poverty aspirational tier while being invited on the red carpet of the Met Gala. I mean, it has been a doozy. It has been a doozy. On another note, one of my gay friends just this week found out that Queen Latifah is lesbian, and he was shocked. And I'm like, honey, we been new. We been new. I mean, like, he said, well, I just thought she liked short fingernails. I'm like, girl, like, really? Oh, Mahora, please. Anyway, calling. Another surprise. Another surprise. Hello, Jessie. You're live on the Fashion Bunker.
Oh, wow.
So, Jessie, I just wanted to tell you Happy Mother's Day.
Oh, thank you.
And you're one of my mothers. You're my emotional mom. And I just called Romina earlier, and I called another friend of mine, Aish, and I want to call you because this whole live stream is dedicated to mother energy. And you guys know, or if you don't know, I'm telling you now, Jessie is a mom, a proud mom of one of the most cutest kittens ever.
Yeah, Mittens.
So there you go. So Mittens is Jessie's cat. And who is Jessie? Jessie's a dear friend of mine. She's also the only YouTuber in Australia that is really worth watching.
I don't know about that, but thanks, appreciate it.
Oh, you're welcome, sweetie. And I just want to, I'm going to show you Jessie's face just a second. I'm going to cue in a photo of you. There you go. Here's my friend Jessie with a Kelly bag.
Oh, fancy.
And so everybody go subscribe to Jessie Style on YouTube. Where else can they find you? Tell us your Instagram.
My Instagram is _Jessie Style, if you want to follow that. But yeah.
There you go. _Jessie Style. And also hi to Alex while we're at it. I don't know if he's there with you right now. Oh, Nat knows you. Nat says Tuxedo Cat's mom.
Yeah. She's a very sassy cat. So yeah. But she's adorable.
Jessie says Jessie has the cutest voice. Tyler says, mother energy, mother, Tyler says.
I'm a mother of many handbags as well, so.
Yes, oh my gosh, are you ever? So listen, I did not give away anything about your journey, but Romina and I just wanted to know if you went by, let's just call it your Disneyland today.
No, it's still early in the morning, so I just went to yoga class, and now I'm literally just at home. So lucky I had a day off today, so that's good.
Okay, so we don't know if you're going to go to Disneyland yet?
Nah, I don't know. Probably 50-50 chance.
Okay, 50-50 chance. We're keeping our fingers crossed. It's Mother Day after all. Well, at least in this, yeah. For you, it's already Monday, but fingers crossed, fingers crossed, fingers crossed. There you go. Just build up, you guys. Cliffhanger. Go check out Jesse's channel in the future for the news updates on Disneyland.
Yeah.
And so how was your day? How was your weekend?
Well, yeah, it was actually Mother's Day yesterday in Australia.
Mhm.
So I saw my mom and, yeah, that's just had a day off. So it's been pretty good. Just trying to film videos, trying to think of ideas, think hot topics. I was thinking to talk about, like, denim bags today, but I don't know. I'm just researching for that video. You know what it's like? Thinking of ideas?
Yeah, you're working.
Yep.
Yeah, you're working for the Birkin.
Yeah.
Yeah, we always are. And?
You're breaking up a little bit. I don't know what happened, but before it was a bit more clear.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Oh, maybe, yeah, the internet is, we are like 5 billion miles apart.
Yes.
And,
So, yeah, what's the topic of the live stream today?
we're throwing shade at Hermes trying to throw out the lawsuit.
Oh, yeah.
And
What's the status on that? Like, is it having an effect on the journey or anything? Or is it just, like, they've slid it under the rug kind of thing?
Well, they're trying to throw it out of the case out of court, but
Yeah.
the judge has not delivered a verdict yet. If the judge says no, we're going on with the trial, then I'm praying to the fashion gods that it is televised so that we watch every day in court live and comment on it as it happens. I am hoping that the Hermes lawyers all come to work with Kellys and Birkins to the courtroom. Like, we're envisioning an entire telenovela scenario. But we spoke about that. And then we were talking about rich people stealing money to buy luxury goods. Like prime minister, wives of prime ministers, like the crazy shit went down. Yeah, so there's a lawsuit happening now. There's this lady, wife of a prime minister from Malaysia. She being sued because she stole $300 million to buy handbags and luxury goods. Yeah, we talked about, I mean, it's hilarious. And then I don't even remember myself. What was the third topic? There was another topic. What was the other topic? In and out. What was the other topic? So Hermes. Oh, right. Oh, an ex-worker of Chanel who made a TikTok video.
Oh, really?
Yes, and she claims that she worked at global headquarters. Chanel.
Oh, wow.
Uh-huh. So I commented on that video and I was like, oh boy, you guys, this is just sad. So we talked about that. And
What
then
did she say?
Well, she said it's all a scam, allegedly.
Well,
they're just trying to make you believe that they're worth that money, but she got the bags at 200 pounds each. So she's like 10,000 pounds my butt. It's no.
So she's fully just exposing them. But
yeah.
That's kind of risky on her part because...
Very. And she shows her face and she shows her name. Yeah.
Wow. I mean, it was bound to happen eventually, I suppose.
The jig is up, Jess. The jig is up. It's over. These brands. And also, this is the cool thing. The power is in our hands, the consumer, because the more of us raise awareness about, they can't come for all of us.
No.
That's the thing. Could you imagine millions of people standing up? Well, millions. I don't think they got so many fans, but hundreds of thousands of customers standing up and saying the issues that they have with a brand. Game over, baby.
It's crazy. Well, because you've been making a lot of videos about how they're taking down, Instagram accounts. And I mean, but I feel like on YouTube, if you talk about Chanel, that's not going to get your video taken down or anything. But I noticed, if you talk about, fake bags, sometimes YouTube takes those videos down. Because it looks like you're advertising fake bags.
Yes, you're not allowed to do that. That is very, very dangerous. So
Yeah.
I really am surprised that Autumn Beckman's channel is still standing and existing.
Oh. There's so many bougie on a budget channels though. I was actually thinking.
But she has a website. She has a website on which she sells it. Come on, girl.
I was thinking because there's so many videos. Because when
Allegedly.
I had COVID, I was watching so many bougie on a budget channels just because I was curious, and it's also good to watch because you get to see what fake bags look like compared to real ones.
Yeah.
So sometimes I just watch it, but I'm surprised how many are out there, and I thought you weren't allowed to do that.
No, you're not. You're not.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to do that, and we do not endorse it at all on my channel.
No, well, because I was thinking to do a video about that, but then I thought, what if my video gets taken down because I'm like talking about?
Well, the thing is, the brand has to complain. If the brand writes to YouTube for copyright infringement of any kind, then your videos or channel are taken down. But the brand needs to take action, and then you are banned from YouTube for life. There is no strike 1, strike 2, strike 3. That's an offense that you're gone for life. On another note, so Kev just sent me a link before the show about Polene, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
The lady, I found that very fascinating. Did you see her video?
No, I didn't.
So there's this one chick, I forgot her name now. Kev sent me the link. Basically, she made a video where she was talking about Polene bags, saying that she actually loves the design. She loves how understated they are, and she personally loves to wear them or would love to have more in the future. But she started doing her research because she wanted to make a video about the bags, and she found out that more and more people seem to be complaining online about the quality and also the lack of quality in the customer relations when it comes to customer service with the brand. And so she speculates that it's because the brand Polene was like so favored in social media that it grew really quickly, too fast for its own good, so it can't keep up with demand. And so in favor of greed and more money, they decided to kind of, lower the quality of their bags, but just to produce more and make money. And so she's like sharing these photos similar to Chanel pictures, like of my 22 Chanel bag, how it started peeling. She shared similar photos to Polene bags peeling. And so that video, she claims, got her over 100,000 views. And she said after that video got 100,000 views, Polene wrote her. Customer services wrote her an email saying, hey, thank you for letting us know the issues. We're like trying to work on these issues to do better. We want to do better. And then she answered to them. And she's like, we're going to try to be quicker to answer customer service and blah, blah, blah. So she replies to them. And then she starts laughing in her video saying, I replied to them, telling them what my issues with them are, asking them questions. And she's like, and here's the kicker. They never responded to me. Talk about them promising me in the first email, we're working on, making our communications better. And then they never communicate with her. But what they did instead was, she claims, they contacted YouTube to tell YouTube to take down her video because in her video, they claim she was using some promotional footage of Polene that they say infringes copyright laws, whatever, blah, blah, blah. YouTube then, and this is really sus to me, YouTube never does this, at least not as far as I know, but she says, thank you, YouTube, so much, because YouTube answered to Polene telling them, no, this falls under fair use. She's reviewing you. You cannot ban free speech. Wow. So YouTube did not take her video down, even though Polene tried to. They disguised her. So they claimed, we want to take the video down, not because it's critical to us, but we want to take it down because it's using our footage. And she says in her follow-up video, no, I believe they want to take down my video just because I am sharing the critiques that people have been voicing about this brand. And so the brand is trying to silence me. And she's like, wow, way to go, Polene. Way to go. Trying to silence a person because they're sharing. So this is kind of a hot topic.
Saving, so that's why they're just trying to really get rid of all the bad reviews.
Yeah, but that's really bad.
I think it gets to a point with some brands that they stinged out so much of the quality. They're beyond return because all their manufacturing and whatever is just completely different. I can't go back. Can you imagine Chanel going back to how they used to make bags 20 years ago? It's just not going to happen. They've lost the processes that they used to do. And also their bags are so popular, so they have to produce so many. So obviously the standard's going to drop. And it happens with so many brands. You see it so often, some brand becomes so popular and then the quality drops. And it's just a big I mean, it's a shame, but it happens because they try to keep up with the demand and they try and cut corners, I suppose.
Oh, for sure. And I mean, they want to maximize profits.
Yeah, that too.
They think, well, people might not really see that we're cutting edges, cutting corners. People see. We're not dropping 2-3K for trash. Like, we work hard for our money, okay? We're not Haley Bailey or...
I mean, Polene is a reasonable price point if you're comparing to, like, Louis Vuitton or Chanel or something. I mean, there comes to a point where... Yeah, I mean, if Polene has dropped in quality, that's bad, but I would still say it's not as bad as, Louis Vuitton or Chanel or something like that charges so much more for bags.
Yeah.
Like, then I just think it's even worse. And they have the audacity to keep increasing the prices as well on top of that.
They do have the audacity, and they keep doing it. It's not like, they increased it once, and they're like, you know what, this is our standard now, a bag is 10K. They're like, well, yeah, it's 10K now, but next month, 11, and then 12, and then 12.50. The most cringe price increases, and when they sneak in another $30 price increase on a product that's already costing you $2,000, they're like, yeah, well, we have another price increase, just adjusting a little, we went from $2,010 to $2,030, okay? Like, what the?
Yeah. I mean, because I always think, the market is oversaturated with Chanel and Louis Vuitton anyway. Like, you go to Japan, you see them everywhere. But I understand, like, it is nice to buy bags directly from the store. So that's the only thing that I guess motivates people to spend that much money. Because,
I like a bag to be new. I like to imbue it with my own energy. But having said that, do you think that also Hermes is over flooding with secondhand on the market?
Well, with the Hermes, like, the bags are so specific. Like, the thing is, like, all the bags I bought secondhand are, like, they're not necessarily easy to find. Like, you're not always going to find, like, a blue Brighton Lindy with Verso interior. Like, that's so random. So I find, like, all their bags, like, although it's easy to find a Birkin, it's not always easy to find the specific color combination that you want, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Or even, like, I was just looking up now, like, black Birkin 25. There is some, but it's not, like, as much as, like, a Chanel black medium classic flap, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
But it's so, I wouldn't say it's like there's a lot of Hermes bags on the market, but they're all, most of them are quite different. Like, they all have their uniqueness about them. So that's why some people may say they're all boring, it's all the same thing, but there's always something a little bit different in the coloring or the leather combination kind of thing, hardware combination. Yeah.
Jackie's asking, I did buy a bag from an Australian brand, The Horse. Ask Jessie if she has seen them.
The Horse? I've never heard of that brand, so I'll have to look it up. The Horse.
The Horse. Moonstruck says, I saw that video from my perspective. Oh, right. That's the name of the channel, the lady that made the video.
Is that an AI channel?
Oh, good point.
Have you seen it?
No. It's not an AI channel, because the video that I watched, she was talking for real, and then she was also like laughing when she was saying certain things that an AI would not talk. Well, you never know. But
okay, because I noticed a lot of AI channels.
There's a ton of AI channels. Yeah.
Luxury.
But my perspective on that particular Polene video, she was not showing her face, so I don't know if she shows her face on other videos. But anyway,
I must be thinking of another channel.
But Moonstruck says, I saw that video about Polene. That's too bad. Tanner Leatherstein really likes Polene and has promoted them in the past. Yes, he has. Yeah. Just shows you that he is not all what he appears to be all the time, does it?
Well, I mean, the thing is, with a lot of YouTubers, or all YouTubers, they have to sometimes take sponsorships to make a living.
He didn't say it was sponsored. He didn't say.
Oh, okay.
He said he bought. No, I don't think it was. I don't think he was sponsored. Well, okay. We don't know. We don't know. But I don't think in that Polene video, I think he bought the bag. I think he said he bought it.
Perhaps some Polene bags are great quality, but maybe it's a hit and miss situation. Just like, with other brands, sometimes you get a good one. Could be like that. Maybe he got a good one.
And I agree with you. And also he did that video like a long time ago. So maybe then it was still not... Polene was still not in their phase of overproduction. Who knows?
Maybe we should buy Polene bags ourselves, test it out.
Oh, hell no. I ain't wasting a dime, honey. No. We're focusing on the journey. We're focusing on the journey. We're prioritizing. We're minimal prioritizing the basics.
Well, when I went to Japan, I went to Polene and they didn't have the bag I wanted in stock. It's super popular in Japan. Like, all the stuff was sold out. It was like there was nothing on the shelf. But online, because there was this little, like, dumpling kind of bag I liked. But I looked online, you could still buy it. But, yeah, I wanted to buy it on my holiday, but couldn't get it.
Ah, the dumpling bag? I need my chat's bag. Sorry. Here's somebody. Okay.
Let me have a look.
Kev says, but I wonder if a big advertiser reached out to YouTube and asked them to take down certain videos due to negative reviews. Would they comply because of advertiser pressure? Apparently, Polene is not advertising enough. Good point, Kev. Like, I don't know what would happen if Chanel came to pressure them to take it down. They might. But you know that they can be a bully, allegedly, right? They do that with Instagram, and we're not allowed to, like, do hashtag Chanel and Chanel in the caption, because otherwise your post is almost immediately taken down for copyright infringement or for whatever other reason, unless you're not one of those accounts that Chanel approved. Now, this is all alleged because obviously we don't have the proof. Like, I can't access, Instagram's internal doings, but there are certain accounts on Instagram that I see, and they're invited to the Chanel shows. They're like clients or whatever, press, but then, like, whatever they get as a freebie, they sell it literally on their own Instagram account, and Chanel doesn't do anything about it. And also, not just that, but they also post, just like Foxy LV used to post, like, they post internal, like, screenshots of, like, Intel, like, internal information to all the sales associates. The sale is going to happen now. And, like, they post all of this. They take screenshots and post this. Then the next picture they post is, oh, I'm so happy, Chanel, for inviting me to the cruise collection. Look at all the freebies I got in my bedroom. Bruno Pavlovsky wrote me a letter to say thank you. So I'm selling the balls that I got for free. Like, and they use hashtag Chanel.
That looks bad. That's like bad marketing, though.
Yeah, but they don't. Their Instagram accounts, their posts are not flagged. They get to use the hashtag Chanel. They get to spell out Chanel in the account. I once spelled out Chanel in an Insta story, and immediately it got flagged down. Took away immediately, like 2 seconds later. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I am definitely on their blacklist, but some people are on their, like, green list.
Wow. Well, that's crazy. I feel like it didn't used to be like that, though, right? Like, that's just a recent thing. Because when I used to post Chanel bags maybe 3 or 4 years ago, I don't think.
Yeah, up until 2021, 2022, you could do it, and then it changed. That's when they deleted my account.
Wow, that's bad. Because, like, what if you're trying to research on Instagram, like, different Chanel bags, and then there's, like, no pictures anymore because everyone's getting flagged? Like, that's bad. No, I don't know.
No, it's just so terrible all around. I don't know. I really feel like they're bullies in many ways. Allegedly.
Yeah.
So Marina says, to be fair, their quality was much better in the past. I'm not sure when Tanner reviewed them, but he just made a video a couple of days ago about Polene, something about a scam, something. You can go check out on his channel after the live stream. Thank you very much. Heaven says, they seem like the type of company I hope that will improve their issues. Polene or Chanel? Moonstruck says it's not AI. Oh, the other channel that Jesse was saying is AI.
Okay,
but she is now using her own voice in her videos. She said that before, that she had too much anxiety and had a friend speak in her videos. But now she said it is her real voice, or it's really her talking.
Okay.
Eleonora says, I used to see a lot of Polene bags in Paris like 2 years ago. Now they are replaced by fake Chanel bags.
Oh, so everyone's wearing... Yeah, I've noticed that too. When I went to Japan, a lot of people wearing fake bags, which I was surprised by.
It's a whole vibe. Yeah, it's a whole vibe, it seems.
Yeah. But I saw a lot of fake Chanel bags and fake Hermes bags as well. A lot of fake Picotin.
Fake Picotin? Well, that's very Japan though, isn't it?
I guess it's easy to fake. It's just a bucket.
But how did you recognize them as fake though? Because of the stitching?
I could just tell by the leather, and the coloring was like not the right color.
You're like,
Yeah. And sometimes it was weird, like it would have like a clochette on it or something random. It was like, doesn't go with the bag. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Anyway. It's just interesting, I guess. Well, yeah, I don't know, but I think people will keep buying, Chanel despite the price. But at this point, I think a lot of people don't have much disposable income as well. So
no, there's no disposable income at this point. Like all you can do is go into debt. you go into debt to buy a bag, but then like, I have been saying this since a while now, like who are our role models? We're supposed to look up to our governments for role modeling, for real? Because our governments are in debt. Like lead by example, bitches, lead by example. America has how many trillions of dollars of debt, and they're good. They just keep printing more money. I'm like, okay, so it's okay to be in debt. The government is in debt, so okay. Lead by example, so it's fine. Let's all go into debt. Who cares? You just claim bankruptcy at a certain point, and then your debt is canceled.
I think it'll just make people slow down. Like, I'm just saving slowly for my next bag. So I used to buy 5 bags a year, now maybe just 1. Well, that's okay.
Right?
I think it's time to just appreciate what we have. But, that being said, if these brands keep producing bags as well, you got to think in 20 years, there's going to be more bags on the secondhand market. So it's going to probably affect the value as well.
I think the bubble will burst. I kid you not.
Circle back around.
I kid you not, Jess. I think we're still the power of television before social media. What Sex and the City did to damage the pricing of the Birkin in particular, but also actually all of luxury. We're not talking enough about this. The amount of damage that show single-handedly did on the minds of most of us consumers that were growing up back in the day when Sex and the City was happening. We had Carrie Bradshaw justifying going into debt for $40,000 just to buy shoes, and she was okay with it. We had the Birkin exploded in the 80s, in the 90s with Sex and the City, or in the early 2000s. I mean, sure, the Birkin existed already before that, and JFK's chick, she was always seen with the Birkin, but that wasn't. It was Sex and the City. Carrie always wearing a new outfit every day, a new pair of shoes on her salary, writing a column for some ratchety newspaper. Nobody can afford to live like that. But she made that illusion look real. She was the influencer before Instagram. Because when Instagram started, that's exactly what all those bimbos started doing, faking it till they were making it.
Till they make it, yeah.
And that's exactly the Carrie Bradshaw attitude. And this was the indoctrination of our generation. We're so fucked because of that. Because now we all think, oh, that's the way to go. We'll go. Now, the younger generations, they're a little bit more clever with their money. They're not so quick to bite the bullet on these things like we are. They're not as much victims as we are, but they are uglier than us. Sorry, young generation. I just went to Universal Studios and I've seen the whole class of, what was it called? High school. They ended their year, so they all went to celebrate, right? They were all midgets. Thousands of kids. They were all tiny and ugly, and they look old.
They have a lot to... They're kind of over bombarded with information now because of the obviously social media. But also, I think they've got more accessibility to fashion now. You think about all the fast fashion brands. Like, we didn't have all that. Like, we had fast fashion in Australia when I was young, but we definitely didn't have H&M and Zara and Uniqlo and access to Shein and ASOS when I was younger. So fashion was slower, and it was just like, I didn't watch Sex and the City myself. I probably looked at celebrities and magazines and whatever when I was young. But I think what personally got me into being a little bit addicted to shopping was fast fashion. And when I was younger, when I started seeing that you could get, Top Shop for jeans for like $50, that's what got me into it, like over consuming. And then obviously from there, now people just take fashion for granted. It's so easy to buy.
Yeah.
So
I guess, and
we just have to slow down.
We have to slow down. Vivienne Westwood, baby. Yeah. Mother energy. Buy less, choose well, make it last.
Yeah, but it's hard these days because, even the Chanel CEO says, young people are looking to buy less and, choose the right quality, high quality things. And she was arguing that, buying one Chanel bag is the right choice. But even when you buy something that is said to be good, it's not you sometimes. Sometimes you do pay less and you get a better quality product than something that costs $10,000.
Yeah, it's also how you care about things. But I do believe that an example of Chanel, like with their 10K prices and stuff, that's like just exorbitant. That's lost all reason or shape or reason. Yeah. Any shape or reason is lost there. But if we're going to go into that kind of like with your mind conceivable pricing, garments that cost you from $20 to, let's say, $800.
Yeah.
Within that category, you can find a good quality coat, good quality pants, good stuff, but also still expensive. But once it hits the $10,000 range just for a cotton t-shirt, no,
Yeah.
that's a whole other can of worms and a whole other psychology and psychological deficit that makes you want to buy certain things. But for example, the shirt I'm wearing today in honor of Vivienne Westwood, because it's Mother's Day and, she's our mother of fashion and mother of punk. I bought this shirt back in 2015 or 16. So this is now 8 years old.
Yeah.
And I keep wearing it. And I'll keep wearing it until either I or it falls apart. So I am definitely following Vivienne's teaching, buy less, choose well, make it last, especially when it comes to clothing, because clothes get consumed as you wash them, depends how you wash them, how do you care for them as you wash them. They can get really, really easily damaged, but they can also live a long life if you buy good quality product that doesn't just disintegrate after the first washing, which is what happens, quite frankly, with a lot of H&M items. I mean, you wash them, they start pilling, they start getting all the little pebbles, they start washing out, they lose shape, they twist, the shirts twist completely, you can't even iron them straight anymore. It's an issue. With other products, with other brands, it's a little bit of less of an issue. But with accessories, different story, because you don't have to wash them. A brooch, a necklace, you can keep those your entire life.
Handbag.
Exactly. Well, handbags, depending, if they start peeling, we got an issue. Oh my God. Did you just watch? Kat made a video about her bags that she likes that she proved herself right in buying. And she went again and said, the 22 bag is great after all. Look, it only got one little spot that started peeling. And then she's looking at it. As she's looking at it, she's like, oh, and this other spot on the other side. Oh, okay. So this started. Oh, well, anyway, it still looks really great. I'm like, girl, how many times are we going to keep self-denial?
Well, I mean, it's the same thing. I mean, with the Chanel 22, there's so many people who said it's great quality. And then the ones I've seen personally are crap quality. So I guess unless we get all the Chanel 22s together, it's hard to know, right? I do think Chanel's really hit and miss. Sometimes it's good.
Yeah.
A lot of the time it's really not worth it.
Yeah.
And you're better off buying something.
Well, when you say Chanel is hit or miss, do you mean like bags or everything? Like clothing, accessories, jewelry, perfumes?
The quality is a risk. It's like sometimes.
But quality for what?
One.
For just the bags or
the
also?
Leather.
The leather. Okay.
Yeah. The bags. I mean, even the ready-to-wear is hit and miss. Everything. The costume jewelry is hit and miss. Some designs look really impressive.
I agree.
Well made. Some is just really cheap looking.
Yeah, Canal Street.
Crystals
glued
together.
Glued together. Do you remember that one year when Romina showed us on the website, Chanel forgot... They photographed.
Oh, they forgot the Diamante.
They photographed that brooch or necklace, and there was a whole crystal. There was a hole. There was a crystal missing. It fell off. And then when we made the video about it, then they took the photo off the website, retouched it, and put the photo back on the website with an added photoshopped crystal.
Wow. They picked it up. That's crazy. Yeah, I wonder if they saw your video or if they just noticed.
No, it's the video.
We'll never know.
It's the video.
Yeah.
It's the video. Yes, it's the video. And then the Purse Forum came for us and said, "Now you see the crystal has always been there." And we're like, "Yeah, because you're looking at the website now after they've retouched the crystal, but we have the receipts because we took the screenshots of the website when the crystal was missing." But it is a hit or miss.
Damn, I wish I could be on the Purse Forum, but every time I try and join it, I'm blocked because they dissed me on the Purse Forum, and I made a video about it.
I know you did, and it was juicy.
And then I got blocked, and now every time I try and join again, they're like, "Nah, you can't," because it must be my IP address or something.
But to be perfectly fair, the ladies at the Purse Forum are actually quite cool because, they've gone through some ups and downs. It's a hit or miss there as well, but they're also waking up and they're really becoming, I'm kind of loving it because they're very much aware. They're waking up and they're realizing, well, hold on a minute. Yeah, Actually, Dacob is right. Like we were always like totally subjected to the power of the brand, and we were a little brainwashed to thinking, "Oh, thank you, brand, for offering me to buy the bag."
It gets to a point where it just becomes a joke. You're like, wait a sec.
For sure, but now they're waking up, and also the Purse Forum is saying like, "Hey, hold on a minute." A lot of the users in the Purse Forum are really waking up, and I love that. So, way to go, Purse Forum, keep it up, because they're saying, "Wait, we're over-consuming." And actually, we're the consumer. It's my hard-earned money. Why should I be begging the brand to sell me something and then be thankful to them even though the quality is lame? No, I should have the right to good quality. I'm paying a lot of money. It's the bare minimum. Just give me a good quality product. If I'm buying a bag for $10,000, please give me a bag that doesn't start peeling after 2 minutes of wear. It's simple, really, and I don't have to be always thankful, and heaven forbid I were to complain about the quality to these brands and then having a sales associate not offer to me anymore the bag, the unicorn bag anymore. Honey, the era and the age of the unicorn bag has passed. There is no such thing as a unicorn bag anymore. That was a lockdown.
You're right about that, actually.
Lockdown pandemic situation was the apex moment of the unicorn bags. Everybody wanted that caramel Chanel mini, the rainbow Chanel mini. Now nobody cares.
Do you think people still strive to have like a big wardrobe of handbags and clothing, or was that kind of like a trend as well?
That was a trend, and it's over. That's over now. It's over now. Yes.
Like having the excessive like walk-in wardrobe with all the chandelier and then all the like, you know, Chanel bags and Hermes all like lined up. Is that, or people just want the bare essentials and like a really well curated, like aesthetically pleasing?
That's where it's at. And believe it or not, as kind of, you know, you could say the content is a little bit lackluster and very repetitive and boring, but Je Suis Lou's Instagram account is that type of setup.
Like clean and
she
like
buys,
kind of
I mean,
curated.
okay, the 50,000 ballerinas from Chanel and the 4 but she's always the same. It's always the same Birkin. It's always the same. It's like she buys exactly what you are expected to have as an affluent person with money, not overspending. So she's not gonna unbox any random bag unless she's not sponsored by some whatever. But she's gonna have that. She's gonna have her Birkin. She's gonna have her 3 Birkins or 2 whatever, and that's it. And she's gonna keep photographing them.
But I also think that there's a slight shift to maximalism lately as well.
Nah.
Like with all the bag charms, like just trashing your bag. I feel like that's a bit maximalist.
But don't you think that that's this trashing the bag, this maximalism of like bedazzling the bag? It's almost like an interiorized hate towards all of this by making it ugly. Like, let me make this ugly. I'm disgusted by myself, so I'm going to make myself look ugly today. And I think there's a little bit of that internalized maximalismophobia when it comes to the bag.
It's almost like a sense of humor, like not being too serious about it.
Yeah, it is, but there's also like a little bit of hatred there. I do believe there's a little bit of that internalized, like, I'm sick of myself now. You know, like when you really want to binge and you eat a ton of Nutella and you eat a whole jar, and before you know it, the whole jar is empty, and then you disgust yourself because you're stuffed and you feel disgusting, but you still ate the whole thing. That's the vibe. That's the vibe. I'm telling you. You're laughing. You've been there. You know what I'm talking about.
Oh, I feel great after I dropped it off. Yeah.
Debbie's like, let everyone do as they wish. Debbie, are you...
Interesting to think about like what's trending and how it's reflected on like what is happening in society, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why is this the way that people want to be right now? Yeah. I don't know. I think people are just over it. I think there's too many ideas out there as well. But yeah.
I believe the trend is gone of this overbuying and like, you know, ladies showing a wardrobe with like 50 Chanel minis, all the same with different shades of pink, blue, purple, and some in tweed. And it's like, nobody's doing those videos anymore.
Yeah, I was thinking about
They're not.
that. I'm like, do you think we'll look back in 20 years and like be like, wow, that is such like a rare collection, or will it just be like not relevant anymore? It
won't be relevant until somebody comes out and starts digging out this stuff and starts doing research, like archaeological YouTube research, and trying to figure out what happened, what and when, because Chanel takes all of these products down. there's no trace left of them on their online website. They delete everything.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's going to be
especially
up
with,
to online
the only way I
archives.
could like explore Chanel was through the pre-love market, like
Mhm.
for like seeing what vintage styles they used to make, like, and also from watching runway shows. But there's no like clear, I guess, history of Chanel bags, like from Chanel kind of thing.
Mhm.
Unless you had access to their database, maybe then you could see it for yourself. But it's not open to public.
No, it's not open to public. And I mean, there's just, there's no way of finding anything out. I mean, unless you don't find the catalogs, the printed catalogs, which is what I did when I started my kind of research and building up my archives. I have a ginormous archive of catalogs, of Chanel catalogs from all the decades. Very, very important. And then whenever I come across an internal catalog, sometimes somebody, you know, who worked for Chanel sells them, you know, like their in-store booklets. They don't do those anymore, but they used to do them in the past. Those are very important as well. The yearly Bibles, as they call them, with all the products, material sizes. I have those for some, like sunglasses. Luxottica used to do those as well, especially in the early 2000s. I have a few of those catalogs. They're very important when it comes to
Are you allowed to
authenticating.
film them on your channel and like share them, like kind of thing?
On my I did show the catalog on my channel, but I did not go like page through page. They're like very thick. So the Sunglasses Bible of 2004 is like super important because that was the year that was most copied as well for Chanel sunglasses. And since the Y2K era is back, those are in high demand. So it's really, really interesting to see the photos of the authentic ones and the side, every product number for every color of lens difference, different color code.
I love that stuff.
Yeah, me too. So those are really, really, really important to have when you're doing research, because there's no way that you can find online an entire catalog of that particular year, or any year really, of Chanel products. And Chanel, even to this day, for their current collection, they're not going to give you the full collection on their website for the current season. You're only going to see a selection, a portion of it.
You have to go in store to see it.
Or you get access to that special Chanel link that they send you where you can see the full collection on your phone.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
In Paris, they can give you a special invitation, and then you can get access to the full collection.
Oh, okay.
Online with all the prices. And on
on
that app, there is no like price upon request. On that app, they show you all the prices.
Oh, that's good. Would you ever buy catalogs like on eBay? Because I noticed there's so many.
I bought a ton off eBay.
Yeah. Because I saw in Japan they have so many Hermes catalogs from years and years ago, and they like show the prices of all these. Like,
yes. Oh,
bags.
that to me.
There's so many catalogs I want to buy, but they're all like $100 each.
You got to be very patient.
You got to spend $100 in a catalog.
You got to be patient and keep looking and keep looking and keep looking, and you're gonna find that one time that somebody is selling them quickly, cheaper, and then you buy them. Took me years.
So cool. I thought it makes such good content to just share the catalogs on your channel, and people can like look through. It's just like such like a cool like deep dive into like the history of like what bags existed before. You got to be
careful though, right? But you got to be careful because those are also copywritten. So
I was worried about that.
If you're going to share the whole thing, where's the borderline between fair use and full exploitation of the full catalog? If you're reviewing it, you can show it, but who's the copyright owner of the photography on that catalog? And you can't really show the
show sections, like just very small pictures in the catalog.
And the problem, what if you really want to do something like that, like fully archives of stuff like that, then I would do it off of YouTube. I would create a website where you scan everything and show it as an archive where you don't earn any money off of it. There's no monetization. So if they lock you down, at least you've already scanned your photos and you can save your photos separately. But
like a blog.
Right. But disconnect it from your YouTube, because you don't want to get your income messed up with, because, so be careful.
Be a separate thing. Maybe I could just say, this is my website, and people can have a look.
Yeah, exactly. So you got to be careful.
That would be a cool blog.
It would definitely be a cool blog and really interesting for, scientific research. Yeah, exactly. I mean, a lot of people do it also on YouTube. They start a newsletter because they're afraid that YouTube might cancel. Well, YouTube can cancel our channels at any given time,
Yeah,
which is
no.
terrible. So a lot of people, in order to not lose contact with their subscribers, they all initiated. Well, a lot of people, bigger YouTubers initiated. Also, some smaller YouTubers initiated mailing lists.
Like a mailing list.
So
yeah.
that if they get deleted fully, they can send out one mail that reaches all the subscribers or all the subscribers that apply to the mailing list, and then the subscribers can know where to find you next because you're building up your new channel, and then you can quickly rebuild it up again on a different platform, what have you. But newsletters are apparently really important.
Yeah, that's what my friend told me who works in like marketing or something.
Kravi
But
says,
I'm
oh,
just
that's
like-
why Tati did it. Oh, yes, that's why Tati did it.
But I would only want to do a newsletter if I had something to offer, like an interesting newsletter I could give to people.
No, exactly.
But
then
a lot of time.
That takes a lot of time, exactly. So sometimes you just don't have that time, and it's like, okay, what the heck? I'm like doing all this research for somebody, but I'm not earning any money off of it. I can't pay my rent. I can't pay my mortgage. Can't pay my food by scanning 12 hours a day these catalogs to deliver
I would
knowledge to
like
people.
to do it if I didn't have a job, maybe.
No, exactly. That would be something like a fun
It'd be so
project on
fun.
the side if you already have like passive income coming in on its own, and then you do this as a side passion project.
I'll see what I can do. Yeah, that'll be a cool idea.
And yeah. So what do you think about the tea that Jerusha spilled in the video with Kat and Amy?
Oh, about like going on the journey or like. I think, well, from what I gathered, Jerusha was saying that she misses the times where we were, like, I guess, not striving to get, like, the best of the best bags, like, you know, buying Polene and Coach and trying to go back to that as well. Is that kind of what she meant? I think I can kind of understand what she means by that, because I think a lot of people are sick of spending so much money on bags, and to top it off, then to also go on a journey to buy a bag. It's just beyond ridiculous the amount of money you have to spend, and it's not easy for most people to afford to do that. So I understand. I think it sucked the joy out of bags a little bit, striving to spend beyond your means to get a bag. I'm not saying that people necessarily do that, but I think
Jackie said, but she just bought a Birkin.
Jerusha bought a Birkin. Yeah, I think she got offered a Birkin.
So that's kind of the opposite of what she's saying in her video.
Yeah, or maybe she's sick of herself. I don't know. I don't know, because maybe she realizes like what. She's like, okay, now I've done this. I guess because sometimes I reflect on myself and I think, oh, I wish I could go back to just, you know, when I wasn't this obsessed with bags and I just strive to get something cheaper. Like, there's something a bit more exciting about that, and you don't feel like you need to get the best of the best. It's like, can be a bit draining sometimes.
Yeah.
And I feel like the more you get into luxury, you get even hungrier. Like, you're like, I need more. So it's kind of becomes to a point where you feel like obese with luxury. Like, you need to like go on a luxury diet. So maybe she might feel like, oh, now I've got this Birkin, it's so expensive, I just sick of this, I want to go back to Coach. Maybe it could be like that. I don't know, I do that sometimes.
Well, Jackie said, but she also did a Temu haul, so she's a bit everywhere.
She did a Temu haul?
Jackie's just said it in the chats.
Like Jackie did a Temu haul?
No, Jerusha.
Oh, that's random. Temu,
yeah. I mean, Jackie said, I don't know, I didn't see it, but I'm just reading the chats. Don't shoot the messenger.
Wow. Maybe she got sponsored? I don't know.
No, Jackie says, yes, she did. She did.
Oh,
Jerusha did the Temu.
Temu reached out to me too, but I said, nah.
Nah. You didn't even say no. You said, nah.
Well, not because I'm like a snob, but it's like not really a part of like it's not luxury. So I think it's all. I don't think people. Also, Temu is a bit. I don't want them to come for me, but it's like a bit dodgy, isn't it?
No, I've heard stories. Yeah. Allegedly,
dodgy, so
allegedly.
I don't want to get wrapped up in that.
Exactly. I agree. But allegedly, yes.
Allegedly. I mean, everything, to be honest, it's hard with YouTube sponsorships because it's always a bit of a risk. So, got to do your research. Anyway.
Oh, Krabi says very,
easy.
very. No, not easy at all. Oh man. Well, we did a nice little
what do you
chat.
think,
Tell me,
Dacob? Are you thinking we should scale it back too? Stop, go more to contemporary bags and talk about that because.
Well, okay. First of all, for you, because you were looking for an idea, you should do the Polene video.
Polene video, talking about
that lady who did that video, and then you give your input on the quality. Yeah, I think that's a good topic for you.
Yeah.
Just dig into it a little bit. I can forward you the link that Kev sent me, and I can send it to you, so you can watch the video. It's 8 or 15 minutes, and she explains it very clearly, what the issue is and how they were coming for her. And I think that could be interesting for you. And then as for dialing it down, toning it down, I have already since a while. I haven't bought a Chanel bag since 2022. Okay. And the bags I did buy since then were 2 Rick Owens bags, 4 Vivienne Westwood bags.
Yeah.
1 Hermes bag. I bought the Aline, the tiny one. It's the kind of my passport holder. Oh, the Elvira bag. Jackie's like, you bought the Elvira bag. Yeah, okay, but the Elvira bag, yes, it's a bag, but it doesn't fall under over $1,000. The Elvira bag was like $50, $40. But I'm thinking big bags. No, big expensive luxury bags over $1,000. No, I think what was the last expensive bag I bought? Maybe, oh my gosh, expensive, but expensive. The Pochette Accessoires when it was $900, when it was in the 900.
Yeah, you went through a bit of a monogram
phase, yeah. So the Pochette Accessoires, I think, was my last kind of expensive-ish, in that range, 900.
Yeah. I don't know. For me, I'm not over it yet. I don't know. I still feel like I want to buy more bags, but it's just too expensive. So I kind of just gave up.
Yeah. No, for me, bags, they're not really calling my name. I'm more, okay, Jackie's like, okay, many not bags. Let's not count the Chanel beauty numbers. No, Jackie, no, it's totally different. I don't compare beauty with fashion in any way, shape, or form, because beauty consumes. Perfumes get empty, creams get empty, powders get empty. It's a totally different approach to consuming a product. So I really don't put them on the same playing field. I purchase beauty to consume it and empty it. I purchase fashion and accessories to preserve. So there's no preservation in beauty. There's preservation in fashion. Oh, t-shirt. But so when it comes to the fashion aspect of things, I'm not really feeling the call for the bags. I'm feeling more the call for fine jewelry. That's calling more my name lately. But very select few pieces. It's just because I wear them all the time. And it's not just girl math saying, oh, cost per wear is great, which it is, which it really is, because I wear them every day and I'm not scared for them to get wet. Costume jewelry cannot get wet. A platinum ring can get wet. A silver bracelet can get wet. No problem whatsoever. The earring. So fine jewelry for me, I get a lot of pleasure out of it because I wear it a lot. When I wear a Chanel bag out and about, it's so annoying because I have to always take care of the bag. It's like having a weird invalid baby with you that can't move, can't talk, can't do anything, and it just gets scratched up, beat up. You have to be careful. I sat in the car the other day. So I was going to Chanel Beauty, and I took my Chanel large camera, the 255 camera bag, which I had in Australia as well when I was there with you. And so I'm in the car and I have the bag on my knees, obviously, in my lap, because what are you going to do? You have to protect it. And I'm keeping the chain pulled so that the chain doesn't fall under the bag, so that the bag doesn't get squished and doesn't get the pressed indentation of the chain. So I'm sitting there, myself as an invalid, I can't use, one hand is pulling the chain, the other one has the bag on the lap, and then The sun is hitting through the window. And so it's starting to heat up. So the bag is starting to heat up, and I'm like, oh my God, the black is going to fade. So then I'm like, what do I do with the bag? Where do I hide it? There's no shadow. So then I tried to put the bag behind my feet, but not touching the floor because I don't want it to get scratched. But then but then I'm holding the chain up so that because the chain is too long to just like let it hang on my knee. I mean, it's such a pain in the ass. Chanel bags are such high maintenance. When you are out and about with a Chanel bag, you are living in function of the bag. The bag does not live in function of you. And I really am sick and tired of that. I don't like that. I don't want to be a slave to my bag.
I feel like a 2.55 is a bit more carefree because
No,
it's
it's
like
not.
the crinkle leather.
No, it's not. No, because it's also puffy. And if you have the chain, if it's laying on its own chain, that chain is going to dent into the puffiness and you're going to you're going to have an indentation. It's not, I'm telling you, it is insanely high maintenance. The bags that are not high maintenance and that I have really joy wearing, Vivienne Westwood, whether it be leather or plastic, and Louis. My Louis Vuitton monogram canvas is so user-friendly. I will never stress enough to repeat this. I know to many people they're just boring and they're like weird and tacky because of the logo. But the pleasure and joy I have wearing my Speedy, it's light as a feather. There's no destroying it. Like there's nothing that can happen to it, and now it's patinaing already really nicely. So I'm almost out of that field of like being afraid of having it stain watermarks because it's getting nicely brown. So we're getting to a point where it's okay. Even if it gets a stain, it's going to be covered up by the other brown sides of the patina. Yeah, Debbie, that's what I just said. Water on the vaqueta. It's water under the bridge, honey, because once the vaqueta patinas nicely, the water doesn't really affect it as much. It's fabulous, really. Now, I understand that the LV logo is not to everyone's liking, but I just cannot get on the boat with full-blown leather Louis Vuitton items. I don't like them. To me, Louis Vuitton is about the canvas. It's about the waterproof stuff, that can get wet for travel. Leather, I don't look for leather in Louis. In Louis, I look for canvas, to be honest with you. Leather, we're talking Hermes now. And some Vivienne Westwood leather pieces, because they're fair. I mean, she still charges under $1,000 for a bag. And the leather has been fine so far. The leather pieces I've had, the Saffiano looking leather from Vivienne is fabulous. The glossy kind of.
I really want a Vivienne Westwood bag, but I've been trying to decide which one to get for a while. But also maybe I got to think about it.
But they don't break the bank, Jess, and they also go on sale. You're not going to suffer. You buy a Vivienne Westwood bag, you're going to enjoy it, you're going to love it. It's not going to get damaged. You're not going to be scared. That's another thing that I have an issue with these really expensive bags because, like, okay, I get it. Yeah, I want a Birkin. All right, we're going to get it sooner or later, so that's going to be like $10,000 to $15,000, and then what? If it were $2,000, it's still very expensive, but for $2,000, you can say, I can enjoy it and use it. But when $10,000, it's going to be like, okay, break it in. Breaking that bag in is a pain because you're thinking to yourself, with every time it gets a dent, that's another $1,000 chipped off of the investment.
Well, that's why I really pre-loved Hermes, because I find I use my Polene 35 so much because I got it for maybe a quarter of the retail and it was already worn, so I just chuck it around. That's probably my most used bag at the moment.
Bolide is also really beautiful. I love a good bolide.
Yeah, so it's really slouchy. Or I use my my Plume 32 bag a lot too. That was only $1,900 I got it for, and it was pre-loved, so again had wear and tear, but it's such a good durable bag. And I don't know, I like the feel of leather, so that's my most used bags. But then I have bags like my Birkin 30 in the rose poupée color. Yeah. And because I paid so much for it and it's still pristine, I'm less inclined to wear it because it's so pretty. So I'm oh, this looks so much better than my, it just looks prettier than my Bolide 35, but I wear my Bolide more because it's just, so it's already worn in, so I just want to wear it, and I don't worry about it.
I mean, there's this one tendency that I'm noticing. One tendency that I'm noticing, at least for me, I've been practicing since a year and a half now, more really proactively and consciously. instead of, in the past, I would buy something to preserve it and conserve it, archive it, so annoying. Wasted so much space, life space, apartment space, house space, storage space, archiving shit I don't even remember I have anymore. So I'm done with that. And I've been practicing more this mentality of really enjoying and using the products that I buy.
Yeah.
And I think now, after years of kind of exercising that mentally, of preparing myself, I think I'm ready for a Birkin because I have set myself up mentally to really use it and enjoy it, rather than buy it and then never use it because it costs a lot. Because I think the joy that I get out of using it is more joy than the joy I would get out of just looking at it on a shelf never being used.
Yeah.
But it's a mental
really
state
good
of mind.
point.
That's a good point. I believe so as well. And I think it's really a good point for our current luxury conversation. I think this is the tendency. This is the trend. I think people are waking up to, let me use something because I love it. It gives me joy to use it more so than the joy it used to give me 10 years ago, keeping it just on the shelf.
And I think without thinking about the price, if you've already bought it and you've already spent the money, you should really think about using it instead of, like, I have a habit of, for example, I bought a really nice Burberry coat and I do wear it, but I find that I like keep it sometimes for nice, when I feel a bit better about myself or whatever. And then the other day I went to Zara and I bought this like Zara coat that looked like a Burberry coat. And I brought it home. I didn't wear it for like a week, kept the receipt. And then I was like, why did I buy this? Like, I could just wear my Burberry one. I don't understand. So I returned it and I realized, like, I don't need to keep buying things because I already have the really nice jacket. So instead of like continuously buying, like I get into habit of buying and buying. You just have to use what you already bought, and it actually ends up being cheaper.
Oh yeah, for
keeping
sure.
it there and continuously buying cheap little fun things.
Yeah.
I also have a habit of doing that. Like, and that's why I try not to get too sucked into contemporary brands, although they are amazing. And I think if I didn't already build a very expensive bag collection or wardrobe, I would probably still go for the contemporary because you can get better quality, like good quality, compared to some of these brands that are so crazy priced. But since I've already bought those nice things, you don't have to continuously keep shopping. You can just keep going back to what you bought.
Exactly. The joy of wearing what you got, if it's good quality and you can preserve it nicely and you enjoy it for so many years. And this is, again, back to jewelry, reining it back in. When I got the bracelet, the Chaîne d'Ancre, it's been like, I've had it now for 1.5 years. I wear it every day.
Yeah.
Every single day. I cannot say the same for any of my other purchases.
Yeah.
I can say the same for the necklace, for the bracelet, and for my Chanel ring, the ruban that I got 3 years ago now. Every time I leave the house, I wear it. And to the point where I feel naked if I don't have it on. Sometimes I leave the house, I forgot to put it on. By the time I'm like at the car, I'm like, oh, my ring is missing. I run back to get it because I just feel complete with it on. And interesting enough, I've been looking at Chanel, Coco Crush rings over and over again. I want to fall in love with them, but I can't. And every time I go to Chanel and I try on a Coco Crush and I think, oh, okay, now I'm going to buy the ring. I look at my platinum ring and I'm like, no, this is actually what I want. And I have it. And I'm so satisfied with it. And I just leave every time. I'm like, no, I did get the cuff, which I adore here, the ear cuff. But again, it's one. And then when I bought one, I was like, oh, maybe I should buy two, one with diamonds. I was looking at them. No. This satisfies me so much. It makes me so happy. It fulfills me. It's like, oh, wow, I'm not craving more. And it's something new for me in my life. Like, I'm not craving. In the past, I would be like, I buy something, it's brand new, unboxed. I come home, I unbox it. The second I unbox it, I'm like, okay, what's next? What am I buying next?
But now, you kind of forget about what you just bought. Yeah,
you completely forget about what you bought. And that has changed. That shift happened to me. Now, when I unbox something, I start enjoying it, savoring it, enjoying it, flavoring it.
But I actually love the feeling of when you really use a bag and it's like, I want to get to the point where I use a bag and it's like completely like on its last legs, and then I have to buy a new bag because I've really enjoyed that bag.
Yeah.
And it happens sometimes. Like with clothes and whatever, like sometimes I might have like a t-shirt, I really wore it out, I
Yeah.
chuck it out. But it rarely happens to me with bags because I never really have fully used a designer bag to the point where it's like, oh, I need a new bag. But I know back, my mum, when she bought a bag, she would fully use the bag. And then it wasn't until it was like falling apart, she'd buy a new one.
Yeah.
So I feel like that mindset of like fully using a bag, I know people still do that, but in the luxury space, it doesn't really happen anymore. You just continuously buy bags and they're all in new condition just on your shelf. And it's just like, why do we do that? Like we should just use our bag fully.
I agree. And I think we're entering a new era of luxury, at least on YouTube here, where we're becoming more conscious of it. And like I said, for my plan of, when I get my Birkin, it's going to be the one.
Yeah, and then you can just enjoy it for
then use it, and then either I kick the bucket or it kicks the bucket.
Yeah.
And that's it. Like,
well, some of these Hermes bags last a really long time.
Right. So there you go. Chances are that bag is going to outlive me. So, we'll go.
Hopefully not.
Hopefully not, but
you'll trash it.
or we go together,
Yeah, you can bury me with my bed.
Exactly. Like, that's it. That's it. He left this planet with the Birkin attached. They grew together.
Well, I think that's that's how I feel with fine jewelry. That's why I haven't got into it. I feel like fine jewelry is very sentimental. Like, I'll only buy it if it's like someone gave it to me or if it's a very special occasion, because jewelry would outlast handbags usually.
Oh, for sure. For sure. Yeah.
So I feel for me, I love fine jewelry, but I'm not going to probably buy something nice until I get married or like I have like a special anniversary. Then I'll probably buy that. I think that's something you collect over your whole life. Bags, it can be sentimental too, but I think we're getting to the point where that excess buying of bags it's starting to shift a little bit.
Yeah, with jewelry, I'm a little bit, different there because I don't think about complicated. The haute joaillerie is not really my thing. It always looks tacky to me. I don't like over-encrusting stuff with diamonds and stones and like little filigrane little details. A ton of it's just so annoying. To me, the simpler the better. For me, jewelry, it's a symbol that you carry within. It's just like Lord of the Rings. It's the simplest ring, but it means the world. Who wears it rules the world. Like that's the idea that I have with jewelry as well. So I was really thrilled that they still made for me this the platinum ring because it's so simple. You don't even know it's Chanel, right? But the way that they cut it, the way that the metal is cut, it's not rounded off. It's like very straight cut. It's the exact same cut that they used for the 1932 platinum jewelry that Coco did. It's just like nobody knows this. And so the way that this platinum was kind of on the edge, just like straight cut, is not something you do anymore. You don't do that nowadays with platinum. But they did this, and I have these close-up images of the 30s, again, from my archives and my catalogs and my books on Chanel. I have them really zoomed in close-up images of, in particular, the Comet brooch, which is the last thing that survived, allegedly, from that entire collection. And they photographed it really near, and I saw how they cut the platinum. They did that with this ring. And I was like, okay, wow, this is the closest I can get to a 1932 Coco Chanel vision of aesthetics. And it is the simplest. And guess what? That was her vision. She wanted things to be simple. So kind of, it's the intention behind an object that gives me its value. And so when I wear it, I feel fulfilled. Rather than having something that's overly adorned with a ton of, elements adding to it, ornamental elements to it that just kind of make the object less accessible to me because it's kind of blinging its way away from me. It's kind of like, it's busy, very, very busy, and it doesn't allow me to enter it and kind of be one with it. It becomes more of a thing for, a special occasion. I'm like, no. Jewelry should not be for a special occasion. Jewelry should be for every day.
Yeah, I agree with that. If I get a fine jewelry piece, I wear it. I just completely wear it. But that's why I wouldn't get into like Van Cleef, because I know it's you got to take it off when you go to the shower, and I just can't be bothered.
Please, the Alhambra stuff. I don't know which influencer started this bullshit of the Alhambra.
Yeah,
really,
I don't know, actually.
it's
Good
so.
point.
Oh my God, it's so please, and they're all so proud. Bless their hearts when they do their little unboxings, and they're all so proud that they got their little tiny Alhambra.
I think it's so pretty, but it's just too delicate.
Girl, come on.
I would trash it.
Well, it looks like, honestly, it looks like Claire's costume jewelry. I mean, every single time I see it with those little, the little flowerlet with the little, mother of pearl on the inside, the little pebbles, the little lines in the back. I'm like, yeah, okay. Really? How many times are we going to have to see this over and over again? And everybody's like unboxing it as if they discovered it. Like they're the one. I'm like, no, we've seen the same piece a gazillion times. Why does
I don't know. Who knows? Maybe if we bought a piece, we'd get addicted. I don't know. I've never owned Van Cleef, but yeah, I just don't think it's a bit. It really stands out as well on your outfit. So I feel like it's a bit.
But does it stand out for all the right or all the wrong reasons?
It just looks a bit like one of those.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what fine. If I was to buy fine jewelry, there was a point where I was thinking to buy the Coco Crush as well, but then I didn't. And then I really like the Be My Love ring by Charmaine. It's like a honeycomb kind of texture. It's really pretty. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I would just. I don't know. I've just never really been super into fine jewelry. Because I just feel like it's something that people give to me.
Oh no, Eklabu Pamor said, I'm guilty of Alhambra jewelry. I've been influenced by those people. I've been influenced by those people.
I mean, if someone gave it to me, I would take it.
Oh wow, the Nectarine Man throwing shade. Alhambra bracelets come in the basic rich girls starter pack. Kravi says, Van Cleef & Arpels looks so good though.
Yeah.
Well, that's debatable, Kravi. I mean, in your opinion. With Love says, I don't have a Van Cleef, but I like the history of it, that it was made by Lucky Charm.
So that's cute. I mean, I think it's cute. It's just, I don't know what it is. I haven't dipped my toe in the fine jewelry myself, so I'm not addicted to it. So that's why I'm
Evian has a point.
Indifferent.
Yeah, Evian says, that's another reason why I buy fine jewelry from my local jewelry store. I always find unique and special pieces. Well, there's a lot to be said about that, but then there's a lot of people who want the luxury brand jewelry, and then there's the locals, which is also a whole other can of worms, obviously. Kev, oh no, Kev says bin red. Oh, Kev, are you decked in Alhambra jewelry, Kev? Kev is guilty as charged. Justin Clou. Jackie likes Justin Clou with a bracelet.
Yeah, I like that too. The little nail. I've got the ring. But that's all I've got. I would love the nail. I think it looks so cool. I know it's like heavily faked and whatever, but
heavily. Well, Alhambras as well. Hi, Danny. Love DIY. How's it going, sweetie? Hello, lovely. I'm enjoying. Happy Mother's Day, Danny. I'm enjoying this conversation. I enjoy things that have a meaning, like a garment made for me or something that brings back a moment in time. But sometimes I just want to splurge. That's, I think, the difference between the sentimental thing that doesn't have to be a branded thing, but sometimes when you want to splurge, you want that extra added bonus of saying like, oh, and on top of it all, it's a Cartier. It's like a, on top of it, there's a bit of that as well.
We're all guilty of that, I can say. Like,
oh, for sure, especially our generation.
I find a brand that's like better than Hermes in quality, I'm still probably going to buy the Hermes bag because I'm like, but it's an Hermes bag.
No, but especially our generation, we're definitely brainwashed in a different way than the younger kids of today. So we're more subject to the FOMO, and we're also more subject to brand marketing schemes, and they got us wrapped around their little finger. Guilty as charged. Guilty as charged. Like, I'm the first one to run. Oh, guilty. Oh, honey. I'm not sitting here preaching to the choir. I am guilty. Guilty of falling for the FOMO, falling for the expensive crap that then falls apart, and then like my heart aches, and then I have to try to get the money back for it, or get it repaired, or get it exchanged. So we've all been there, you guys, but we're having these conversations because we're trying to also understand, like, okay, how can we better ourselves, and how can we kind of in some way, shape, or form, also, free ourselves from the shackles of brand marketing from these brands that have been messing. I'm telling you right now, they've been messing with our brains for decades. We have been indoctrinated into consuming in a certain way, whether it be luxury or not. And talking about it like this openly, like we are right now, it's almost like an AA meeting. But for, luxury addicts, like saying like, hey, I'm Dacob, I'm a luxury addict. Hi, Dacob, so I have a problem. So we talk about it. And I think sharing these experiences so openly without fear of being judged really helps. Well, it helps me at least.
But also a part of me doesn't want to wake up from the luxury addiction either, because I really enjoy it.
Yeah, so well, yeah, you're still hooked.
Part of me likes the...
You're still hooked.
I'm still hooked on it. I get a kick out of buying a designer bag or, a designer jacket or even a designer piece of jewelry because it's a brand name. And I'm self-aware that doesn't necessarily mean it's better quality or even a better thing. I just get a bit of a thrill out of, it's a special piece because it's very sought after or something like that. And is that bad to feel like that? I don't know.
No, but I just... You see, because for me, money is ugly. It's just a piece of paper. I know it's important, but to me, it doesn't have a meaning. And a bag does have a meaning. So for me, it's I'm yeah, the bag is more worth it than the money. But sometimes I wish that in this society that we're living in, I don't get to choose the society. I live in the society I live in. I wish I had a little bit more desire to maintain money rather than objects that I purchase with money. I wish I had more the pleasure of collecting money. I don't have pleasure. It doesn't give me pleasure to collect money. It gives me pleasure to collect useless things that you don't need. The more useless it is, and the more I want it. That's literally me. Why am I like that? The more useless it is, the more I'm oh yeah, sure, I'm going to spend $1,000 on this. Duh.
Yeah, why is that? Why do we do that?
I think because we've been brainwashed by brand marketing all these years to really think that we have to give our money away to them.
Yeah, we have to give our money away. Why do we do that?
Yeah, I really think we've been brainwashed, Jess. I really think there's something in us that gets triggered every now and then. It's like a clock. I've noticed with myself, if I don't spend money for a certain amount of time, I get nervous, like I'm coming down from a drug. I'm okay, I have to spend money now. I have to spend money now.
Yeah,
we're wired that way.
From the not spending money. That's why I've been going through a lot this year because I haven't really bought many bags, and I'm feeling it. There's days when I'm really angry, or I'm I need to buy something, so I buy something very cheap, like a soft toy, and then that kind of gives me the fix. So it's literally an addiction. So
there you go. Our people, they say it's the instant gratification hit. Tommaso says, that's so me. Kev says, oh my God, I feel the same way. It's terrible. Debbie says, dopamine hits. You guys, a guilty as charged, says Kravi. You see, we're all in the same boat, you guys, but nobody ever wants to talk about it. So we talk about it here. And I'm telling you, this is exactly the feeling. I go through this on a regular basis and I'm okay, I haven't spent money in a week. I get all tingly. I get all giddy and I disgust myself. Again, back to the Nutella jar. I get the same feeling if I eat a full Nutella jar all at once. I eat it anyway, and then afterwards I feel bloated. Or when I eat McDonald's, I feel disgusting afterwards. Same with in reverse. If I don't spend money for a certain amount of time, I withdrawal symptoms. Exactly. Adrian of Sydney.
Yeah, I get withdrawal symptoms.
Adrian of Sydney says that I get withdrawal symptoms if I don't buy anything for weeks. And Tommaso says, when I try to save up after a while, I'm I need to spend to get hyped up. It's terrible, you guys. We are so hooked. The system has us wrapped around its little finger. Brandy says, that's it. More joy from collecting stuff, luxury, than collecting money. That's the thing. And I'm because I also think to myself, well, what good is money going to do me if I kick the bucket tomorrow? All the millions in the bank, who cares? Okay, so I spent my entire life living in one t-shirt, one pair of pants, and one pair of shoes with millions in the bank, and then I kick the bucket. What's the point? You see what I'm saying?
But then again, some people will just enjoy saving money. So it's and they enjoy it just as much as spending money. So if I enjoyed saving money, you could invest it into things that would arguably give you more joy than a handbag. Like, I don't know, creating your own business or something.
The Nectarine Man
I'm just
says,
thinking-
say it.
I'm just like critically thinking about myself. Like, if I never bought any handbags, what could I have done with the money? Like, obviously, could have done a lot of things.
Oh my God, a lot of things. Oh my God. But then
Probably
again,
better things than buying handbags. Like, so to be honest, so maybe
the Nectarine
it's
Man
never
says,
too late to like start saving money if you want to.
yeah, it's never too late to start. But that's another trick. Because you say to yourself, it's never too late to start saving money, meaning you don't have to start saving money because it's never too late. That's another trick to keep spending. Nectarine Man says, when I'm not spending...
The sooner you start, the richer you'll be later.
The sooner you start, the richer you'll be later. But then we fall back into the trap of saying, but what if I kick the bucket tomorrow? It's all been for nothing. And I didn't get to enjoy my bags because I've been saving up the money to be rich one day.
Yeah, but we're gonna live for a long time, Dacob. We're definitely not gonna die
Don't test fate, girl. You don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. Just, The Nectarine Man says, when I'm not spending, I'm saving in order to spend. It's a toxic cycle.
I do that. I save a lot, but then I just blow it.
That's the thing. We fail epically every time, just like alcoholics. With Love says, think about the more money you spend is time you have later. I started saving to retire early to save time.
Yeah, that's right. You can retire earlier. I think about this too. Like,
I think about that, but then I say, what if a car hits me tomorrow? All that money is gone, plus all the time I invested saving and not enjoying the now, but just thinking about tomorrow. Tomorrow is not a given. Guys, tomorrow is not a given. So as commendable as it is in this economy to think about the future, you might not have a future. We might not have a future. We don't know what tomorrow brings because tomorrow is not a given. So it's a poker game. It's a poker game to say, let me put money aside for a rainy day. For all you know, the rainy day ain't never going to come. Teresa says, so guilty. I wish I could get back all the thousands of dollars I spent buying luxury, right? Or buying any products that then you stop using. I think it's key to evaluate the value for money. Emotions, memories also related to products. This is something that I also do. Apahoka playa, kripa pipa. I also think so. I think that the emotions and memories and energy that it's imbued in these products that I buy, they have a value to me.
But I think, I don't know, for myself, if I'm living my life, I don't want to always feel like I'm going to die tomorrow. Like, I think that's kind of sad. I would rather have the feeling like I'm going to live to 100 and then live my life like that.
Okay, but fine. If you think you're going to live to 100, you're still buying your bags like you're going to kick the bucket tomorrow. You're still spending all your money immediately. So if you really want to rewire your mental thinking into, I'll live to be 100, okay, let me start planning that. Then let me start investing money in my reaching 100 rather than let me spend all my money on Hermes bags.
Yeah. Well, I don't spend all my money on Hermes bags. Like, do plan for the future, but there's I mean, you need a balance. Like, obviously, still want to do a bit of YOLO, but you also have to have backup plan. Yeah. But, I mean, everyone has a different life. So
exactly. No, Kev put it perfectly. Kev says, what? We're just going to sit around looking ratchet with digits in our virtual bank account? Exactly. That's what gets me back to spending and back to the cycle of like, okay, let me spend all my money. Let me spend the coin and enjoy the moment now. And I know that there's the fairy tale of the cricket and the ant. And the ant was working all summer collecting food for the winter. And the cricket is like, haha, sucka. Why don't you just enjoy the sun and chirp and sing instead? And the ant is like, because I gotta collect for the winter. And then the winter arrives and looky, eggs and cookie. The ant survives the winter. The cricket starves because there's no food. And so that's what I've been taught when I was little. Always the parents telling you, like, you gotta save up. And all it caused me was anxiety.
Yeah. I don't know. It's all about balance, I think. All I know is that I don't think it feels good to spend all your money either.
Nectarine Man has a good point. I think it's important to remember money has different value at different times in your life. $100 at 20 can give more enjoyment than $1,000 at 60.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. But also, sometimes you don't have to spend a lot of money to feel happy as well. So I'm trying to work on that.
Yeah,
You
no,
can
definitely.
still go shopping.
Definitely.
but you don't
Coco
have
said
to-
it. Best things in life are free. Second best are very
Yeah.
expensive. Sunsets are amazing. Love a good sunset, and they're for free.
Yeah.
It's the FOMO culture, and the
we
fact
don't
that
have to torture ourselves like this, like constantly shopping. We can still save
no,
money
Jazz,
and-
but you know,
yeah.
and I know, like when you buy a bag and then you send a message and you say, oh my God, I feel so guilty now. So like you're suffering when you spend a ton of money on something. You want to, you do it, but you still feel guilty. On the other hand, when you're not spending money, you're saving it up for a house, for a trip, for whatever, then you also feel bad because you're like, I'm not really satisfied. I'm not happy. I'm not content with this. Again, I know I'm doing something that's like for grown-ups considered to be professional, serious, but at the same time, I'm like, yeah, but it doesn't make me happy. It just, it doesn't scratch that itch we were talking about, right? Or it doesn't itch that scratch, remember? But instead, like, okay, fine, let me splurge. Okay, I've been bad. I spent, a whole salary or whatever again on one product. And then you also feel shit because you're like, now I'm back to square one where I'm like, okay, why did I do this? So it's like, no matter what we do, we feel guilty. We always feel bad about something. So I think finding the right balance is really important, like you said. But what is the right balance?
Find a balance. Well, you have to have your money in a few areas, not just all in the same area. Section it up. That's what I'm doing. So you have to section your money into just luxury fund, and then section the other money into other life things.
Yeah.
And then don't touch the other area. That's it. And I think a lot of people would do that, and that's why they can't afford as many bags anymore. People are trying to save for the rainy day because at the moment, especially, like, the economy, it's not. People aren't shopping as much,
No,
and
not.
also people are not hiring as much as well. People like leaving and whatever, going to different jobs. So it's like you're not really in the mood to literally spend a lot of money anymore anyway, because we're just trying to survive here. So it's, I still obviously save up for luxury. And, probably I'm not spending as much as I was last year, but I still love luxury. So I'm not going to stop doing that. But I'm just, obviously being a little bit slow with that. And with doing that, especially this year, I found it hard because I don't allow myself to spend all my money on a bag, or I don't let myself do that. So it's been hard, but it's also probably like I'm okay. Like it's not, you don't really need a bag, and I can still buy a bag, but later.
Yeah. So we're giving ourselves the time, hoping that we have time.
Just stretching, like give yourself some time, and with that as well. We were so desperate to buy bags the last few years. We thought, the prices are going up, and everything is so hard to get, and every collection is limited edition. But we all know that's like just silly now. Because bags are just releasing every bloody week at this point.
Yeah,
and it's just
oversaturating the market.
Bags are not rare.
No,
when I went to Japan, there were bags everywhere. Fake bags, real bags. Like there's no scarcity when it comes to bags. There'll always be another bag. So there's also, I don't have that desperation. I'm still a bit desperate for bags, but it's not like I'm also like I catch myself when I feel that way, and I'm like, wait a sec, like there's no need to panic about getting a bag. You can always buy a handbag. All you need is just to have the money, which anyone can afford, like to save up the money. And it's better to have more of a balance as well. Like it's a treat. Like handbags should be a treat. It shouldn't be like you need them to. Like,
they should
happy.
Exactly. Then they should not be like a everyday eating food and bread. They should be a special from time to time.
Eating food, exactly.
No.
Like you do need to like look after yourself, look pretty, like presentable, and have a nice bag. And that could be a Chanel bag or an Hermes bag if that's what you like. But it's. Yeah, it's. I think the problem is we overthink these things too, and we get caught up in it, and it gets to a point where you're like, why am I so obsessed with this? Like, I have to just, it's okay to take a bit of a break from it. And it doesn't mean that you're like waking up from luxury. It just means that you're realizing, maybe I'm just going a bit crazy here. And you're just, prioritizing other things, like doing other things in your life, like, I don't know, whatever you like. And even if you just want to save the money, there's nothing wrong with that. Money, it's always good to have money. So, you can use it. Gives you freedom to do whatever you like, and especially when you get older, it's good to have a lot of money. And worst comes to worst, you can always, if you kick the bucket, just give it to your family or whatever. I don't know.
Well, it's not like you have a
That's how I
choice.
feel
They'll
anyway.
take it anyway.
Like if I die, someone said to me the other day when I was sick and with COVID, they're like, "What's going to happen to your bags if you die?" And I was like, "Oh, I don't know, but I guess I could write a will, and I would just give it to my mum or something." But I'm sure my parents would just take my bag, so it's like, you know,
Yeah.
I would just leave it for my family. Yeah.
Well, there you go. And on that note, thank you for calling in. Give us one. Give us one. Like, hi everybody, I'm Jess. I want to hear it.
Hey guys, welcome to my channel. I'm Jess.
Oh, I love it so much. It makes me so happy every time I hear it. And the jingle and your jingle. Oh.
Yes. Well, thanks for calling me. Pleasure to be on the show today.
A pleasure having you.
Good
Thank you so
chats.
much. Happy Mother's Day, you little mama.
Thank you.
And all my love to Alex as well. And also, let me know, how Disneyland goes. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I'll keep you updated.
All right. Love you loads, sweetie.
Okay.
Take care.
Love you too.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. And there you go, guys. Thank you, Jess, so much for tuning in. And be sure to subscribe to Jessie on Jessie Style on YouTube, as well as _Jessie Style on Instagram. Go follow her Instagram. Jessie posts super cute pictures, not just of the bags, which she adores, but also her love of plushies, really, really cute kawaii things, as well as everyday laugh. So, there you go, guys. It's been 4 hours. It's also been a pleasure. I hope you've enjoyed this live stream dedicated to all the mothers out there. Whether you be a mother or a father, you're still a mother. You still got mother energy going on for you. Whether you got pets or no pets, humans in your life or no humans in your life, bebes, no bebes, the bebe. As Moira Rose would say, all the bebes in the house. Thank you so much for watching. Tam says, I love that. You can see you two have a wonderful relationship. Thank you, Tam. Yes, I adore Jessie. I adore Jessie. Thank you, mods, for keeping us safe. Hit it, Bubbles.
A special thanks to the mods in the fashion bunker. Thanks to Debbie, Jesus, Creation, Nicole, Kevs, and Gloria. Bubbles loves you.
Oh man, my hair is just, it tangles up. Like, literally, when did we comb it? Like an hour ago? No, now the knots are back. It's just so annoying when you have hair as thin as spider webs. So thank you, mods. Pao says, I feel I need to catch up on all of Jessie's videos now. Great chat. Of course you should. She's amazing. We'll go next. Hit it, Bubbles. Yes, we'll go is hi Lori, glad you're with us. Gigi, Nectarine Man, Caroline Steele, Love DIY, Sue, Lizem, Evian Kuro, Castagna 11, Kravi, Natalie Dietz, Nectarine Man, Gigi, Indrani Helena Riel de la Tour, thank you Dacob, thank you sweetie, Amy Carmen, Stephanie M, Penny Lane, Greta, Monarch, I'm living ferret, look at all the people, thumb up the live stream. If you've enjoyed it, we had a wonderful bunch of guests today. I hope you've enjoyed this journey through all the beautiful, beautiful women in our lives. They are all mothers in their own special ways. Living ferret.
I'm living ferret, living ferret, living ferret, living ferret, living ferret. Living ferret.
We'll go. We'll go. Oh, you were with Mom? Danny? Fabulous. Yes. I'm loving all the mother energy here tonight. Thank you, Daco. Thank you, Kookie. Yeah, it was fun, right? To hear all the ladies, to share their stories, to highlight what they do, their work. That's what's empowering. to me and also to my friends, it's like when you share each other's victories, but also each other's pains, and you keep living, you keep living together. That's what life is all about. So now we're dying, ferret.
Dying ferret, dying ferret, dying ferret, dying ferret, dying ferret.
And where's Baby Yoda? Baby Yoda, also, I have a feeling Baby Yoda can just like be a woman or a man, because, we never know with Baby Yoda. I mean, so Mother Energy, Baby Yoda today. Where did you go? Oh my God, there you go, you rascal. Transparency is key, honey. Where did you go? You don't even know where you went. You're even invisible to yourself. Confusion. Cha 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 cha, hit it, Bubbles.
Ciao, 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 ciao. Ciao, 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 ciao. Ciao, ciao, ciao. Ciao.
And that's it. Bye, Baby Yoda. Hope you had fun today. Thank you so much. Happy Mother's Day. Thumb up the video and never give up on love. Subscribe. To all the moms out there, love you loads. Bye.